We've dropped a few already, but that's not. And then you can go to YouTube, see the stream status, and all that's what's going on. So I hit preview, and your event is starting. So once this says it started, I'll check what we're looking at right now. And do that by clicking on Rutgers. YouTube, we can just close this, and just anywhere on there. Start like that, so you see all the events. So since that's the coded phrase, you've dropped a few already, but that's not. And then you can go to YouTube. I'm gonna go get lineups real fast. No, that's good.
That's practically true, actually. What else do you have to do? Well, I guess if you're outfielder, you have to run and catch the ball. No, because I was saying to hit a ball like out there in the outfield. You have to run and catch it. No, like 20 steps. Okay, you're telling me, Sean, if a guy hit a ball from here to there, you're going 20 steps. You'd have to run full out.
Well, I'm further than like where I'm at right now.
No, you're out for
I don't even know what I'm saying.
Look at that.
Wasn't it right there?
If I was going for is that really Sean?
Why would it just have to be radio?
Yeah, no one sees you.
No one sees you, yeah. This kid here, and they said wherever you should go ride on Saturday.
Segue. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. 00593.
Which one does the game start?
Okay. So if go ahead. Do you have it called up on YouTube right now or on our website? Okay, so you can see the Evanston Outlaws versus Green River Knights game 1. Okay, so that will disappear and the intro will start, and it'll take about 3 or 4 seconds between that disappears and when the audio starts on the intro. Is that good enough?
I don't know, grab the voice and sit over here. What should be going on? Yeah. Check
Perfect.
the emails for
Thanks.
6.
We'll start in just a minute, so. All right. Okay. Bye.
You guys have the umpire stuff? Good. They were set up here.
Yeah, we're over. Hello.
Hey, it's not right. Get back. Hi,
This is Trevor.
hi Trevor. Can I squeeze in right over there, please? Thank you. How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Double header, no less.
I know. We don't have lineups yet, though.
Yeah, we're on the road. We're on the road for the 11 days.
Uh-huh.
If there's another game, I think there is. I think there was one on either the 8th or the 11th.
Oh, well, after this next week, yeah.
So Tim, we didn't know you were married to Carol's sister.
I sure am.
Yeah.
She's a your home teacher.
Oh,
Keeps
Carol?
us on, yeah,
Yeah.
she keeps us on the straight and narrow.
There you go.
Or we try to keep her. Or
We're not sure how that works.
Yeah. Right on.
Maybe both.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I just turned the scoreboard.
Huh.
Did it make something of your
Oh
job?
no, I just went to screensaver.
Oh.
Freaking me out for a second.
This on the radio too tonight, right?
Yes.
Does that mean we can't talk?
Sure you can.
Oh, okay.
Why? Oh shoot.
Oh.
So Tim, you don't need a chair? You want your job? Does he want your job?
There's so much coming up. It's
Why
like,
As much training as
there's football, Evanston and Rich. There's volleyball, Evanston and Rich. There's basketball, Evanston and Rich.
well, this is all we do. There's just my baby, and this is all I do.
There's so much. It wouldn't hurt my feelings if you took it for a day or two.
A day or two now, you heard that.
A game or two.
No, what if I've seen you? I've seen you somewhere. Did you go to the...
I go all.
Yeah, we do too.
No, I walk around town. I have 30 clients.
Testing 1, 2, testing.
So what do you do?
I'm a marketing specialist.
Okay, so you do the advertising stuff for the station? Good.
So go from business to
Test,
business.
test 1, 2,
Talk to
check.
them about getting their.
Check 1, 2, testing,
Sure.
testing.
We have our son,
Why
our
am I hearing that?
son-in-law
Testing,
has been in sales.
testing.
And so we are familiar with some of the.
Well, that's coming off of something else.
I know, that's what I'm.
Is it? Well, let's check up there, aren't there,
No,
Oh, that's the radio.
I was gonna say, I thought they had a whole pile
Why
of
would that make this shit? Oh, that's not me. That's not me. That's control. Great.
Big O Tires of Evanston presents Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNYN, the big dog in country, with video online at k-9radio.com. Today's game is brought to you by these supporting businesses and individuals: Big O Tires, Castle Rock Chevrolet, Hoover Chiropractic, T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston, Old West Stories and Productions, Dirty Harry's Pet Wash, Old West Design, Telegram to Good Health, Allstate, Casey Cookert Agency, Walmart of Evanston, Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston, Rocky Mountain Massage, Davis Chiropractic, Aspen Grove Nursery, and your scoreboard sponsor for today's broadcast is UWINA Physical Therapy. And now it's time for a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNYN, the big dog in country, with video online at k-9radio.com.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to Evanston High School in the American Legion Post 41 field here in Evanston, where the Evanston Outlaws today are taking on the Green River Knights here on the Big Dog in Country, k-9radio.com. You can also listen at 99.1 FM. And here coming up this afternoon and this evening, a doubleheader as the Outlaws get into conference play in American Legion baseball. So there's a big one here today as the Outlaws host the Green River Knights. Now, the opening pitch is scheduled for about 10 minutes from now. In the meantime, we have our pregame show and on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog, KNYN 99.1 FM, and online with video at k-9radio.com.
Mom's onboard electronic stability control system was giving us some woes. I don't even know what that means. But he does.
You guys are all fixed and ready to go.
Expert care for your car, so you can trust in more than just your tires.
We've got the selection you need and the friendly service you deserve. Come see us today. Big O Tires, Evanston, Wyoming.
Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Oh, welcome back to the broadcast today. The Evanston Outlaws in Game 1 and the Green River Knights. There will be a doubleheader today. So Game 1 coming up here in just a few minutes. We're here at the American Legion Field, the Ball Diamond, here just next to Evanston High School. A beautiful afternoon, and should be it really is a great day for some baseball. There's a bit of a wind coming in from, I would say, about from the west. You can see the flag out there in right field here at the field, just above the scoreboard. And the wind coming in from about the west-southwest a little bit. A bit of a breeze. Not too bad, though. It's going to be a great afternoon for some baseball. Now, the Evanston Outlaws come in off a loss last Friday. They played at Provo against the Bulldogs, who had just wrapped up their high school season, and they looked a lot sharper than the Evanston Outlaws did. It was a blowout, 12-2 in 5 innings, the win for Provo. Evanston had 8 errors in the game. Ian Fisher struggled a little bit with control. He walked 7 Bulldogs, and most of those who walked came around to score for Provo. Now, they also got some base hits, some decent hitting from the team, from the Bulldogs, and they pitched their star pitcher, Jack Rainier. He did a great job against the Outlaws, pitched 3 innings, 1 hit allowed, and no runs against Evanston. The Outlaws got a couple of runs in the 4th, but it just wasn't enough to keep the game going, and they lost, which evened their record at 7-7. So with that kind of wrapped up the what you might call the preseason schedule for the Outlaws. Now, they've played this Green River team already 7 times, and they've beat them 4 out of the 7. So they won 4 times, they've lost 3. That game just before Evanston played at Provo last Friday, the Outlaws played at Green River and lost 2-1. A game that Coach Judd Kishpaw said the team just came out flat. They didn't play how he wanted to see them play, and they lost 2-1 in that ball game. A game that Hunter Hicks pitched very well and held the Knights to just 2 runs. But when you score just 1 run as a team, you're going to lose 2-1 every time. So the Outlaws at 7-7, the Green River Knights, they're at 8-8. And as you look up and down the schedule, they've had similar outcomes against the similar teams that they've played against. And really, the only ones that they've played against that have been similar opponents have been, of course, each other. Then they've both played against Jackson a couple of times. Well, Green River lost to Jackson twice. Evanston beat Jackson 1 time at that Jackson tournament. They've also both played against Rock Springs and against Rollins. And again, similar outcomes. So this is a pretty close matchup, but it's been back and forth. They've had a couple of close games, and they've had a couple of blowouts for each team. And so we'll see how things go here this afternoon for the Evanston Outlaws and the Green River Knights. Things really get important here because the conference schedule starts here today. So this is a big one for both teams, a couple of big ones, I should say, and we'll see who pitches first. I know that Coach Kishpaw told me if Green River has their ace Tanner Hanks on the mound, he's going to throw Ian Fisher, and that's what they're expecting for Game 1. We'll have starting lineups for you here in just a few minutes, but first, more of the pregame show. We've got an interview from Coach Judd Kishpaw. We'll have that right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, KNYN 99.1 FM, and watch online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, a couple of big ones here today for the Outlaws. Head coach Stub Travis of the Green River Knights was unavailable for an interview this week, so we're going to move right ahead and talk with Evanston Outlaws head coach Judd Kishpaw right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog, KNYN 99.1 FM, with video online at k-9radio.com.
I'm a 75-year-old woman who had a low back surgery. After surgery, I had a lot of pain in my left leg. My doctor ordered physical therapy, and I chose Mark Brinkerhoff. He gave me exercises that I could tolerate, and now I have no pain, and I can walk as I always did. Mark seems to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I am very happy with my results.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. You into physical therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Welcome back to the pregame show on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball here on the Big Dog 99.1 FM and online at k-9radio.com. Today for our pregame interview with Coach Judd Kishpaw, we revisit last Friday's postgame interview after the Outlaws lost at Provo.
Coach, maybe you don't even want to talk about today's game. It was a bit of a rough game, those first couple innings against the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it wasn't good at all.
All right, well, thanks for joining me. No. What happened? I mean, you know, this is a game, and I know that Coach Moore is excited about this possibly becoming something that you guys do traditionally, and not a great start for Evanston versus Provo.
No, and you're right. We do want it to continue on and play them, 2 or 4 times a year. That'd be great. We'd like them to come up. They are going to come up. We don't know when, but they'll come up this year. That was an outlaw baseball. I think we had a lot of nerves with a couple of the kids, and then that just kind of trickled down. We had some young kids come with us because we're down. I mean, we have 5 starters that aren't here.
Right.
So, and that's no excuse, because fundamentally we're typically good. Maybe we've been too lax on them. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. We can't have our 4-batter strike out twice. I got Tucker. Tucker's looking good. He's he's shooting the ball.
Yeah,
he made every one of them had a mistake. So I'm not going to pin it on one.
Where would you put this team on a level of Wyoming American Legion baseball? This Provo Bulldog team.
If we played like we did up in Jackson when we played Jackson, when we played Green River, that score should have been reversed.
Okay.
So, like I say, we had 2 earned runs. Those were good. We can compete with them any day.
Yeah.
Just it's 2 bad games in a row. Hopefully we're not in a slump, because we got a game on Wednesday.
Wednesday, you got 2 that starting conference play, and hopefully you got the bad ones out of the way, right? So tell me a little bit more. I mean, you've played Green River, 7 times already this year. You know what you're going to see out of them.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We're going to end up seeing Hanks. Hanks is their number 1, and then I don't know if they're Munoz, however you say his name. He'll probably be their other starter. So
okay.
I'm guessing that's who we're going to face. We're going to obviously have Ian throwing, and then we'll probably go with McDonald. Might throw Richens. We'll just see. But Ian's going to get one of those games.
Are you thinking about changing anything up in the couple of days of practice leading up to Wednesday's game?
We need to hit the ball more. We need to practice our base running. We need to practice outfielding. We need to practice everything. So yeah, I guess we'll go through every drill instead of just one drill a night.
Yeah. Well, as always, I appreciate your time coming up, and we'll see you Wednesday. Good luck against the Knights.
Thank you to Coach Judd Kishpa for that interview. Now, this has been the pregame show. We're about 3 minutes away from the starting lineups and today's opening pitch. You're watching a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball here on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic, traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com.
Welcome back to the pregame show here on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball here on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com. Of course, if you're watching online, you can also listen at 99.1 FM. We're going to go with the rest of the season, the conference games for the Evanston Outlaws here on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, so you can listen live. You can also watch at, as I mentioned, K-9radio.com. Well, the teams were scheduled for the first pitch at 4 o'clock. We're just going to be a couple of minutes late here as the teams finish warming up and just get ready for this one. This is a big doubleheader for both teams' opening conference play. And, with looking and down the schedule and what the teams both teams have the rest of the way. So the Evanston Outlaws have Green River, this, of course, today. Next week, the Outlaws will host Rock Springs. And the conference includes those two teams, Green River, Rock Springs, Evanston. Also, Riverton is in the conference, and Rollins. And each team will play each other team 2 times. They'll have a couple of doubleheaders at each location. So Evanston will play here today with this doubleheader, and then they'll play Green River again in a doubleheader Wednesday, July 9th. And so each doubleheader can be such a big turning point, and especially you want to start the conference season off on the right foot. And even more importantly, because you're at home today, you want to get those wins when you're on your home field. So the Outlaws coming out today. This is a couple of big ones, and it looks like both teams are going to go with their aces in the second game. The Outlaws are going to start Braden McDonald on the mound. The Green River Knights are starting Andrew Munoz, who we haven't seen pitch a whole lot. We've seen Isaiah Munoz pitch a couple of times. But looking back at the times the Outlaws have played the Green River Knights, we saw Andrew Munoz start against the Outlaws in against the Trappers, I should say, in that game that we broadcast back on the 15th of May. And Munoz looked pretty good in that one. He ended up getting the win. 5-3 was the final score. The Knights beat the Outlaws. That was a B game for the teams. American Legion B game. The only other time I'm trying to look to see if there were other times that we saw Andrew Munoz pitch against the Evanston Outlaws. And as I look back, the first game of the season, Munoz came in toward the end of the game. He pitched later on in that game that Green River won 11-4 to open the season. against the Outlaws. So we've seen Andrew Munoz pitch a couple of times, nothing real dominant, but the Outlaws, they're going to have to come out of a slump. They've been in a bit of a slump the last couple of games. As I mentioned earlier, they lost last Thursday at Green River by a final score of 2-1, a real quick game that Evanston just struggled to really get anything going at the plate. And after that game, Coach Kishpa, I was talking to him in the post-game interview, and he said, our goal is 8 hits a game. I think they had 3 in that one. And it was the same story at Provo this last Friday. Just 3 hits in the ball game, 2 runs, and that makes it tough to beat a team. Even if you're getting good pitching like the Outlaws did against Green River last week. Hunter Hicks came out, threw a complete game, and did a great job, allowed 6 hits, just 2 runs to the Green River Knights. But when he only had one run by his offense to back him up, that makes it tough to win ball games. Now, as I mentioned, the Outlaws are going to be at home again next week, hosting Rock Springs, and that'll be Wednesday. Just like today, it'll be just a little bit later, though. We'll have the games right here on 99.1 FM, and you can also watch online at k-9radio.com. And that'll be Rock Springs next Wednesday. 5 o'clock is the first pitch, so you can tune in for the pregame at 4:45 next Wednesday, and then 7 p.m. is the second game, or scheduled for the second game. After that, so next weekend, the Outlaws will be at the Night Invite. That's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday tournament over in Green River. And then later on this month, the Outlaws will host the Las Vegas Diablos, a doubleheader here in Evanston on the 26th of June. And that Las Vegas Diablos team is a team that is traveling around. They're making a big road swing and going to a lot of different places across the West. And one of the stops they're going to make for a doubleheader is here in Evanston to take on the Outlaws June 26th. And then Evanston will wrap up the month of June with a doubleheader at Riverton Saturday the 28th. Looking at the rest of the schedule, Outlaws will be at Rock Springs on July 3rd. Then they'll be at Green River July 9th. July 15th, they'll be at Rollins. And then wrap up the regular season July 17th, hosting Riverton. So they'll get to have a home game or a home doubleheader to wrap up the regular season in July. That's looking ahead clear to the end of the season. We're just a few minutes away from getting this one underway. The Outlaws have taken the field. We'll get you the starting lineups here now for the Evanston Outlaws, and we'll give you the batting lineup when they come up. But for now, in the field, Braden McDonald, number 35, is your starting pitcher. He gets the nod on the mound. Hunter Giroux behind the plate, number 1. At first base, number 42, Griffin Mitchell. Second base, number 23, Miles Piper. Third base, number 18, Hunter Hicks. At shortstop, number 12, Ian Fisher. And I imagine we'll see Fisher pitch in Game 2. Left field is number 13, Austin Herford. Center field, number 3, Tucker Leland. And right field, number 24, Will Kishpa. And we've seen a couple of Outlaws are not here today. We've seen Alex Richens a lot out in right field. He's not here today, so that's why we see a little bit of a lineup change where Kishpa's not at first. We have Griffin Mitchell there at first, Kishpa out in right field. And Braden McDonald, as I mentioned, on the mound. Now the Green River Knights here, we're just moments away from the first pitch, so don't go anywhere here on 99.1 FM, the Big Dog. Isaiah Munoz will lead off. He'll be playing in center field for the Green River Knights. Batting second, shortstop, number 6, Tyler Vendetti. And batting third is number 16, Tanner Hanks. And Hanks will be in left field to start this ball game. So Isaiah Munoz comes up, and we're just waiting for some coaches to get out on the field and get this one going. And we'll be underway here in Evanston. Couple of big games for the Outlaws and the Green River Knights. There's Stub Hatfield, the head coach of the Green River Knights. You see him running behind the catcher, behind the plate, and over toward first base. Munoz steps into the box, and we're just about underway. Here's the opening pitch from Braden McDonald. Munoz thinks about the swing, holds off, and it's outside down low for ball 1 against Isaiah Munoz, center fielder for the Green River Knights. McDonald winds up. Munoz swings on this one and fouls it straight back over the backstop. 1 ball, 1 strike. A warm afternoon. One of the Evanston players said, "We're wearing blacks, Coach. It's hotter than heck out here." I think it's a beautiful afternoon, right just above 70 degrees. Isaiah Munoz awaits the 1-1. Grounder to the right side of the infield. Over to pick it up, Tucker Leland. Throw to first, but he's not going to get it there in time. It was a slow grounder. Leland had to go way back to the edge of the infield, and by the time he could get to it, pick it up, and throw to first, Isaiah Munoz had crossed the bag, and it's an infield single for Munoz. Would have had to been a spectacular play for Leland to get there and make the throw in time. So Munoz leads off with a single as the wind picks up a little bit here. And Tyler Vendetti, shortstop, number 6, steps to the plate. Vendetti, was that ball 1? From McDonald. Vendetti steps back in. McDonald looking over at Munoz, and the throw over to first on the pickoff move, but Munoz dives back in safe. Munoz real gutsy out there running the bases. He likes to take a big lead and just really try to get in the pitcher's head. And he's headed for second. Here's the pitch, outside corner. The throw down to second, not in time, and Munoz steals second base. So a runner in scoring position here with no outs in the top of the first inning. The umpire didn't indicate that it was a strike, so I think that was ball 2 off the outside. Now outside again, ball 3. Is that what he's indicating with that signal? That's right. That umpire kind of gave a signal like it was outside, but it would be easy to say, well, that was strike 1. I'm not sure. I think it's a 3-0 count, and now down low in the strike zone, there's a strike.
What's the count?
3 balls, 1 strike.
What's the count?
Vendetti back in there. Munoz's lead at second. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And now I believe the count is full. Yes, the umpire indicates that for us. So Vendetti will step back in. Full count. McDonald looks back at Munoz on second. Here's the 3-2. Swung on, fouled back. Just tipped. Vendetti barely gets a piece of it. Outlaws 7-7 on the season. Green River Knights 8-8 so far this season. First conference game for both teams right here. Here's the full count pitch. Down low, misses ball 4. And Tyler Vendetti earns a walk. Runners on first and second with no outs. Top of the first inning. Outlaws in a little bit of trouble here early on with Tanner Hanks to the plate now. Number 3 hitter, left fielder for the Green River Knights. And I think we're going to see him pitch in game 2 of this doubleheader later this afternoon. Munoz headed for third. Daru receives the pitch. Pops up. By the time he looks down there, too late. Isaiah Munoz in safe at third with another stolen base. And now runners on the corners with no outs. And Tanner Hanks with a 1 ball, no strikes. Munoz the lead at third. Here's the pitch. Pop up, shallow, and it looks like McDonald goes over, makes the catch, throw to first. Somehow, Vendetti is caught trying to head for second base. The throw over to third is not quite in time to get Munoz, as he was way off the bag as well. So just a total lapse of thinking by Tyler Vendetti. He's caught on the tag between first and second after that pop-up in the infield. McDonald made the play, and we have 2 down with a runner on third. And Brandon Hopkins to the plate, the catcher, number 2. He takes ball 1 up high. McDonald, a good opportunity to get out of this jam. Here's the 1-0, but a long fly ball into deep left field going back. Hopkins takes it out. A home run by Brennan Hopkins, and the Knights lead 2-0. A 2-run shot that puts the Knights up 2-0 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and boy, he got a hold of that one. Brennan Hopkins. 2-run home run, and the Knights start off the way they want to. The Outlaws, meanwhile, will huddle around McDonald on the mound. Try to settle him down, make sure that he knows that they're behind him, playing defense. Hunter Daru heads back behind the plate. Blake Jelinas, third baseman for the Knights, will step in now. He's hitting fifth. Bases cleared after the home run, of course, and Jelinas takes ball one down low. 1 ball, no strikes. That's been one problem so far early on here for McDonald. He's getting down in the count rather than up, and now Jelinas lines one hard into left field down the line. Boy, he hammered that one. It's going to roll almost all the way to the fence, and he's in with a stand-up double with 2 outs. Top of the first, 2-0 lead for the Green River Knights on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. I'll tell you, Jelinas really hit that one sharply. Hicks had a shot at making the catch, but it was just out of reach. And it bounced once in the dirt before it got to the outfield and then rolled almost all the way to the fence before Hereford could get out there. Next batter up, swing and a miss, is Andrew Munoz. McDonald got him to chase that one down in the dirt. That one bounced out in front of the plate. But Munoz was fooled by the curveball. Here's the pitch by McDonald, another one, swing and a miss by Munoz. He was way out in front of that one, tried to slow his swing down, but couldn't quite enough as McDonald has him guessing. And now McDonald up 0-2 in the count. That's the way you want to do it. Jelinas the lead at second. Here's the pitch for Munoz, just misses down low. McDonald wanted strike 3. 2-0 lead for the Green River Knights. Top of the first, a 2-run homer by Brendan Hopkin, the catcher. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss down in the dirt. It bounces once. DeRue will throw down to first, and that'll end the inning. So Andrew Munoz goes down swinging. And after one, as I mentioned, the Green River Knights with that 2-run homer. 2 runs, 2 hits, 3 hits rather. Jelinas got on with a base hit as well. No errors, 1 runner left on base. It's 2-0 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard as we head for the bottom of the first inning. We'll see how the Outlaws can answer when we come back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws didn't quite start the way they wanted to, I think, but they're able to limit the damage to just a couple of runs on 3 hits. The big one, of course, was the 2-run homer by Brendan Hopkins, the catcher, in that first inning. Andrew Munoz on the mound. We'll run you through the infield and outfield, the defensive lineup for the Green River Knights. As I mentioned, on the mound is number 11, Andrew Munoz. Behind the plate, number 2, Brendan Hopkins. At first base is number 10, Alec Heitzman. Second base, number 4, Cale Eslick. At third is number 14, Blake Jelinas. At short, number 6, Tyler Vendetti. Left field is number 16, Tanner Hanks. Center field, number 25, Isaiah Munoz. And in right field is number 12, McCaden Mikesell. For the Outlaws, leading off will be Braden McDonald, number 35, the pitcher. Ian Fisher, shortstop, is on deck. And third baseman, Hunter Hicks, is in the hole. He'll bat third. And we'll see if we can get past there for the Evanston Outlaws. Munoz winds up. His first pitch misses outside, ball 1. We haven't seen McDonald play a whole lot of games so far this year. He participates in Evanston Red Devil golf during the spring. One of the leading golfers for the Evanston Red Devils. And so he takes ball 2 outside from Munoz, and he's up 2-0 in the count. Good way to start for McDonald. Here's the 2-0 pitch on that outside corner, strike 1. This umpire, when the pitch is outside, he gives a signal that almost looks the same as when he calls strike. You really have to be looking carefully to see the difference. And there's a miss outside for ball 3 from Munoz. 3 balls, 1 strike. was a great at-bat so far for McDonald. He's getting seeing some pitches, helping his teammates see what Munoz is going to throw today a little bit. Here's the 3-0. Ball four, I should say. McDonald sees 1 strike in 5 pitches and earns a leadoff walk. So in the attempt to answer that 2-run top of the first by the Knights, the Outlaws started off well. A runner on first with no outs. And Ian Fisher to the plate now. He hits right, steps in from that right side. We've seen all right-handed hitters so far in this one. Short lead for McDonald. Fisher swings on the first pitch and fouls it back. Just barely got a piece of it and bounced it back to the backstop. Munoz, number 11, back up on the mound. He throws right. If you're listening on 99.1 FM, remember you can watch at k-9radio.com. Short lead for McDonald. Here's the pitch by Munoz. Fisher, a long line drive into deep right center field. This one hop to the fence. McDonald around to second base, and he's got the green light to head for home. Fisher heading for third. He's in safe with a slide. McDonald slides in safe at home, and the Outlaws make it 2-1. Big hit by Ian Fisher there, an RBI triple. Boy, Ian Fisher hit that ball extremely well, and I'll tell you, Isaiah Munoz out there in center field, he's got great range. He's playing a bit further back after that base hit by Fisher. Here's the pitch for Hunter Hicks up next for the Outlaws, and he takes ball 1 on the just off the outside, I guess. Not any kind of indication from the umpire, which to me says ball 1. Fisher lead at third. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Misses outside. Ball 2. And Andrew Munoz getting down in the count. We'll see what happens here. Hunter Hicks at the plate. Third baseman for the Outlaws. Here's the 2-0. Good cut. Fouls it up and over the backstop. 2 balls, 1 strike on Hicks. Very good hitter for the Outlaws. The Outlaws definitely missed Hicks this last Friday night at Provo. Needed his hitting abilities. Here's the 2-1 up high outside, ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. Ian Fisher on third following that RBI triple that scored Braden McDonald, who led off with a walk. 3 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch for Hicks. Fouls it off over the third base dugout. And it's a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes now for Hunter Hicks. Hicks, number 18. Again, the third baseman for the Evanston Outlaws. Infield has really come in on this full count pitch. Hicks fouls it off. Back to the screen. Almost straight back, but just to the third base side a little bit. Jelinas at third, playing even with the bag. And as I mentioned, outfield playing in fairly shallow. Hicks is choked up just a little bit on the bat with a full count here. Munoz looking in. Outlaws trailing 2-1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, high fly ball into left field. Fairly shallow, very shallow. Vendetti, the shortstop, goes back to make the catch. And we have 1 down with Fisher staying on third safely. He didn't even leave the bag. Will Kishpaw to the plate now. Kishpaw, number 24, right fielder for the Outlaws. Kishpaw steps in, ready to go. Takes ball 1 outside from Munoz. Again, the story so far, Brendan Hopkins, a 2-run homer in the top of the first, put the Green River Knights ahead 2-1. Ian Fisher, a 1-run single, an RBI single, as Kishpaw fouls one straight back. The count now even, 1 ball, 1 strike. Brendan McDonald walked to lead off for the Outlaws. And then Fisher followed that up with a triple to right center field. They scored. McDonald made it 2-1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 1-1 to Kishpaw. Swings at one a bit high, misses, ball, and strike 2. Ball and 2 strikes. On deck for the Outlaws is Tucker Leland, center fielder for Evanston. He's been hitting the ball very well lately. Munoz winds up. Pitch. Kishpaw waits on it. High fly ball into left field. Shallow. It's foul and drops Vendetti lays out trying to get there and just about got to it, but Kishpa dodges a bullet, and he'll have another opportunity here. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count remains. With 1 out, bottom of the first inning, the Outlaws trail 2-1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here in American Legion post-41 baseball between the Outlaws and the Knights. Munoz looks at Fisher on third. Here's the 1-2 to Kishpa. Down low outside. Oh, strike 3, catches that outside corner. Kishpa watches it go by. That looked to him like it was too far outside, and Munoz picks up his first strikeout of the game. We have 2 outs, and that'll bring Tucker Leland to the plate. Leland try to get a base hit here and tie the score up if we can get Fisher across the plate. First pitch for Leland, way up high and inside, ball 1. Leland ducks down just a little bit. He didn't even have to. It came up above his helmet. Munoz glances over to Fisher on third. Here's the pitch, line drive, and gets past Vendetti at short. That's going to be an RBI single for Tucker Leland, who ties it up at 2. Great piece of hitting by Leland. A sharp line drive that just got past the shortstop's outreach glove, Tyler Vendetti. And Tucker Leland ties us up at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Ian Fisher scores. Couple of base hits, couple of runs for the Outlaws, and that brings Austin Herford, left fielder, to the plate. Andrew Munoz, the throw over to first. This is a real lazy throw over there, as Leland didn't even have a very big lead. He inches out a little bit, still a short lead. Now Leland headed for second. The throw down there is way up high, and second baseman Kel Eslick just stops, jumps, and knocks it down just to keep it from going into center field. So Tucker Leland, the stolen base, and now the Outlaws, another runner in scoring position with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning, tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss by Herford. Big cut, he liked that pitch but couldn't get a hold of it. And now it's no balls, 2 strikes, right? Short lead for Leland at second. Eslick trying to keep him close. Now here's the 0-2 for Herford. Misses outside. Went well outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Herford in left fielder today for the Outlaws. He's kind of a all-around. We've seen him at a lot of different positions so far this spring. He'll take ball 2 outside and down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes now with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Outlaws and Knights tied up at 2 here on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Count even. Here's the 2-2 from Munoz. Herford, high fly ball into shallow right field. Coming up to make the play is the right fielder, number 12, McCaden Mikesell. And that'll end the inning right there. Outlaws answer after the 2-run homer by Brennan Hopkins of the Knights in the top of the first. The Outlaws an RBI triple by Ian Fisher and an RBI single by Tucker Leland. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. And we're tied at 2 as we head for the top of the second inning on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com. You can also listen live at 99.1 FM.
Mom's onboard electronic stability control system was giving us some woes. I don't even know what that means. But she does.
You guys are all fixed and ready to go.
Expert care for your car, so you can trust in more than just your tires.
We've got the selection you need and the friendly service you deserve. Come see us today. Big O Tires, Evanston, Wyoming.
Big O Tires, the team you trust.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws will send McDonald back out there. We're tied up at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Leading off is Cale Eslick. He'll take strike 1 from McDonald on the outside corner. Eslick, the second baseman, batting 7th. And then we'll have first baseman Alec Heitzman. Here's the 0-1 up high and inside. Eslick goes down, just kind of crouches right down to avoid getting hit by that pitch. Number 3 hitter this inning will be the number 9 hitter for the Knights, McCaden Mikesell, right fielder. Eslick swings on that one and misses. He's way out in front of it on the off-speed pitch by McDonald. So now a ball and 1 ball, 2 strikes against Eslick. Here's the pitch outside. Ooh, just misses. DeRue tried to frame that, and from my angle, it looked good, but I'm off to the up high, just the same view you have if you're watching at k-9radio.com. The umpire, much better view of balls and strikes than we have. Here's the 2-2, strike 3. Got it on the corner this time. We'll take it. Strikeout number 2 of the day for Braden McDonald. And that'll bring Alec Heitzman to the plate. Heitzman, the first baseman, number 10 for Green River. McDonald winds up, and the pitch misses outside. Hicks playing in tight there at third in the hot corner. The rest of the infield playing pretty deep, right out at the edge of the grass for Fisher at short and Leland and Piper at second. Heitzman pops this one up high. DeRue goes back and makes the catch right near the backstop. And throws it for Hicks at third and overthrows him. It goes into left field. But the out was made, and that's the important part on that one, right? We have 2 down. Top of the second inning, 2-2 score, 2-2 tie ball game on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Number 9 hitter McCaden Mikesell to the plate. Right fielder for the Green River Knights. He bats right. First pitch from McDonald, swing and a miss. Good-looking pitch there. Boy, Mikesell thought he was going to just hammer that one, and it dropped out from underneath him for strike 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. This time, McDonald just fires it by him. Mikesell couldn't catch up, and he's down 0-2 in the count. We'll see what McDonald comes up here on an 0-2 count with 2 outs in the top of the second. Here's the 0-2, swing, and he just got a piece of it, fouled it over to one of his teammates right there. That's Isaiah Munoz warming up in the batter's box. He'd be the next batter. He's on deck if Mikesell can avoid the out. He's down 0-2 in the count. McDonald winds up, not wasting any time. Swung on high, chopper, back up the middle. Fisher comes up, scoops, steps on second base as he tries to go through, and he looked like he might have twisted his ankle a little bit, trying to make that play. Mikesell beats the throw, and it was a bit off target anyways. And we're going to give Mikesell a single there because of how it just bounced right over McDonald on the mound, but it was a slow enough ground ball that Fisher couldn't get there in time to make the play. That'll bring Isaiah Munoz to the plate. Munoz, a single, 2 stolen bases, and scored in the first. He had an infield single to the right side, and he's going to foul this one straight back. Just got a piece of it. He had good patience to wait for that off-speed pitch. But he's down 0-1 in the count. Runner on first is McCaden Mikesell. McDonald looks over there. Short lead for Mikesell. Now he inches out. He's headed for second. Munoz pops one way up high. This one's going to drift back out of play, I think. No! Just falls right on, just about on that backstop. DeRue actually had a chance, but just where that fell, that would have been an incredible catch for anybody. So as it is, it falls safely to the ground for Munoz, and he's down 0-2 in the count. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the second. Outlaws and Knights tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Now McDonald in a good spot here, up 0-2 in the count. See if he can get Munoz to chase something. Swings and misses. He got him to do just that. That's the pitch we wanted from Braden McDonald. Munoz reaches way out there to try and hit that one. Misses, and McDonald strikes out his 3rd night of the ball game and gets out of the inning. No runs, 1 hit. No errors, 1 runner left on base. We're tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. As we head for the bottom of the second, the Outlaws will have Miles Piper, Hunter DeRue, and Griffin Mitchell up when we come back on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, KNYN 99.1 FM, and you can watch online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws and the Knights tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and Miles Piper takes ball 1 outside from Andrew Munoz. We'll have Hunter DeRue on deck, the catcher for Evanston, and then Griffin Mitchell in the hole. Hitters number 7, 8, 9. Piper takes ball 2 up high. Miles Piper, number 23, second baseman for Evanston, looks down to Judd Kishpaw there at third. Jelina's playing in on the grass at third base, the rest of the infield playing a little bit deeper. Piper swings at this one and fouls it straight back. Might have skipped off the top of the catcher's helmet. 2 balls, 1 strike on Miles Piper, leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the second inning. We're tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard on a beautiful afternoon here in Evanston. Munoz winds up. The pitch is popped up high down the third base line. Jelinas goes over, calls off any teammates that might come to that direction, says, I got it, makes the catch, and we have 1 down. So Piper pops out to third. That'll bring Hunter DeRue to the plate. Catcher number 1 for Evanston. He started off this season hitting real hot, seeing the ball well. He's been a little bit cold lately, though, in a bit of a slump. We'll see if he can come out of it here as we start conference play for these 2 teams with this doubleheader today. Andrew Munoz, right-handed pitcher on the mound for the Green River Knights. First pitch for DeRue, outside corner, strike 1. So Hunter down, 0-1 in the count. As I mentioned, on deck, Griffin Mitchell, number 42, first baseman for the Outlaws. Munoz looking in. DeRue hits right. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. And DeRue now down 0-2 in the count. We're tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Andrew Munoz winds up. Here's the 0-2, misses way outside. Ball 1, a ball and 2 strikes. That left fielder, well, all the outfield really playing pretty shallow for the Green River Knights. And DeRue swings and misses, but the ball skips right past the catcher, Brendan Hopkins, and DeRue hustles it out easily, beats the throw to first. So that does count as a strikeout, but DeRue on first. And that'll bring Griffin Mitchell to the plate with 2 outs, right?
Does that count as an out?
That's a good question. It doesn't. You're right. It counts as a strikeout for the pitcher, but not an out for the team. It's a good thing I've got people up here to help me like you guys. 1 down. Griffin Mitchell at the plate. Swings on the first one. High fly ball into shallow left. And Hanks comes up to make the catch. Now we have 2 outs. Runner on first with 2 down, and we're back to the top of the lineup. Brendan McDonald, a leadoff walk in the the bottom of the first inning, and he came around to score on an RBI triple by Ian Fisher, who's on deck now. Hunter Giroux, a short lead at first, just a couple steps out there. Munoz glances, and now the pitch for McDonald, way up high and outside, ball 1. Tied up at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bottom of the second inning. Outlaws with a runner on first and 2 outs. Braden McDonald swings on the 1-0 pitch and fouls it back. Count even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Brendan Hopkins, the catcher, a 2-run homer in the top of the first to put the Knights up 2-0. The Outlaws answered in the bottom of the first, an RBI triple by Ian Fisher and an RBI single by Tucker Leland. Here's Giroux headed for second. The pitch is outside. Giroux slides in, safe, just beat the throw. A pretty good throw by Hopkins. It was a bit high, and that allowed Giroux to slide in under the tag and steal second base. So now the Outlaws with a runner in scoring position. And Braden McDonald, with 2 balls and a strike, takes ball 3 up high. 3 balls, 1 strike. Braden McDonald, again, he walked to lead off the game. Munoz looks at second. Now the pitch, line driving to left field by McDonald. That is going to send Hunter Giroux wheeling around third. He starts for home, but a great throw by Hanks from left field. And Coach Kishpaw gives Giroux the red light. He heads back to third. I think he would have been hosed if he'd tried to keep going. And Braden McDonald, a single, is on first. Runners on the corners now. And 2 outs with Ian Fisher coming to the plate. Fisher really connected well in the first inning. A shot into right field, 1 hop to the fence, if I remember right. And it ended up being an RBI triple. We'll see what he can do here against Munoz with runners on the corners and 2 down. Here's the pitch. Fisher, high ground ball to Munoz. Back to the left side. Vendetti charges in. The throw to first is low. Scooped. Nice dig by the first baseman, Alec Heitzman, and that ends the inning. So the Outlaws unable to take advantage as Ian Fisher grounds out. And the score remains tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 2 runners left on base for the Outlaws in that bottom of the second inning. Top of the third is coming up here in just a few minutes when we come back on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog. 99.1 FM, KNYN, also at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
I'm a 75-year-old woman who had a low back surgery. After surgery, I had a lot of pain in my left leg. My doctor ordered physical therapy, and I chose Mark Brinkerhoff. He gave me exercises that I could tolerate, and now I have no pain, and I can walk as I always did. Mark seems to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I am very happy with my results.
Tied up at 2 runs apiece. The Green River Knights and the Evanston Outlaws. Game 1 of a doubleheader here this afternoon. Again, tied at 2 on the UNO Physical Therapy scoreboard. Up to bat, Vendetti, first pitch. He hits a grounder toward the left side of the infield. Fisher, nice job. Quick throw to first. And 1 down. So Vendetti grounds out to shortstop. And that'll bring Tanner Hanks. Tanner Hanks popped out back to the pitcher. Braden McDonald made the catch in the first. And this time McDonald misses way outside. Bounces out to the clear back to the backstop, and with nobody on, Hunter Drew just watches it go by. 1 out here, top of the 3rd inning, again tied at 2 on the UNO Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the pitch. McDonald, Hanks, line drive into right field is going to go foul and out of play. Way behind that one, but he connected fairly well. 1 ball, 1 strike. On deck, number 4 hitter cleanup, Brandon Hopkins, who homered a 2-run shot in the first over the left field fence. McDonald misses high for ball 2. 1 strike against Tanner Hanks, left fielder for the Green River Knights. Here's the 2-1 pitch. It reaches way out, grounds at a high chopper back to McDonald. He goes up, makes the catch, throw to first, 2 down. Well, McDonald, good play there. Go from delivering that pitch to standing up and going high to get that high ground ball, that high chopper. Brings Brendan Hopkins, as I mentioned, to the plate. Hopkins, the 2-run homer in the first inning that put the Knights up 2-0 at that point. His first pitch inside. He gave that finger. Is that is that strike 1? Ball 1. It must have been. Oh, he says strike. It was a strike. Inside corner. Here's the 0-1, and that misses inside. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hopkins hits right. I believe all the Knights are right-handed hitters. Here's the 1-1 from McDonald, way up high, and that hit him. Must have got his arm inside. And Hopkins, hit by the pitch, will take his base. Runner on first with 2 outs, and Blake Jelinas to the plate. A double on a real well-hit ground ball down the third base line. I should say left field line, because it rolled all the way almost out to the fence. A warning track is where Austin Herford scooped it up. 2 outs, runner on first. We're tied at 2 on the UNO Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jelinas fouls 1 back. His first pitch, he fouls straight back toward us, up over the backstop and toward the concession stand and the scorekeeper's box here. So no balls and a strike with 2 outs, a runner on first. Brendan Hopkins was hit by the pitch. Here's the pitch for Jelinas. Ground ball to third. It gets through Hunter Hicks' legs and just took a funny hop. It bounced once on the grass and then once right on the edge of the grass and the infield and went right through Hicks' legs. So that gets Hopkins over to second. Jelinas on first after the error. First error of the ball game for either team, I believe. And now we have runners on first and second with Andrew Munoz to the plate. First pitch, slow line drive toward the center of the infield, and a nice play of Miles Piper comes in and makes the catch and gets us out of the inning. That kind of came off the end of the bat, and it didn't go real fast or real far. Miles Piper makes the catch, and the Knights leave 2 runners on base. No runs. We had no hits. 1 error, 2 runners left on base. The Knights have now stranded 4 so far in this ball game. Outlaws will be at 3, 4, 5 hitters. Hunter Hicks, Will Kishpaw, and Tucker Leland when we come back in the bottom of the first inning, or the bottom of the third, rather. We're tied at 2 on the UNO Physical Therapy Stay tuned. We'll be back with more on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball here on the Big Dog, KNYN 99.1 FM. And you can watch live online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic, traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard as we head for the bottom of the third inning. Andrew Munoz stays on the mound for the Green River Knights. He's given up 3 hits so far, a couple of runs to the Outlaws, and Outlaws had runners on the corners there in the bottom of the second, but couldn't get a base hit there to end the second inning and stranded those 2 runners. So the Outlaws have stranded 4. The Outlaws have stranded 3. The Knights have stranded 4 on the base paths, and we're tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Both teams had their bats really alive in the first inning, but kind of quiet in the second and third so far. We'll see what the Outlaws can do here in the bottom of the third. They'll lead off with Hunter Hicks at the plate. Hunter Hicks popped out to short his first time up in the first inning. Takes ball 1 way up high and outside from Andrew Munoz. Hicks, the left-handed hitter, comes in to hit left. We also have Griffin Mitchell who hits left. Pretty much everybody else on both teams hits right. Munoz. The pitch for Hicks outside, misses, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, and Hicks is up in the count. Leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the third for the Outlaws. Munoz winds up. Here's the pitch. Good cut. Hicks swings on one a bit high and fouls it back. Will Kishbaugh on deck. Going back to last week at Provo, he has struck out his last 3 at-bats, and I know that's something that Coach Kishbaugh wants to eliminate, strikeouts from that number 4 hitter. And now Hicks takes strike 2 on the inside corner. Boy, looking back at when Evanston last played Green River, Kishbaugh struck out in his last at-bat there as well. All right, here's Hicks, 2-2. Fouls it over the third base dugout. Stays alive, but he's got an even count, 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs in the bottom of the third inning. 2-2 is your score on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And Hunter Hicks, number 3 hitter for the Outlaws, at the plate. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Munoz. Hicks, a high fly ball into left field, or into left center field. Isaiah Munoz going back, and he makes the catch. What a grab on the warning track by Isaiah Munoz. Boy, he just robbed Hunter Hicks of a double. Munoz, I tell you, Isaiah Munoz has great range out there in center field, and he just made a great catch to take one away from Hunter Hicks. That's 1 down, and Andrew Munoz, the brother of Isaiah, he's got to have. I mean, he owes Isaiah a gift for that catch in center field. Here's Will Kishbaugh, takes ball 1, bounces on the plate, and so Kishbaugh up 1-0 in the count. 1 down here, bottom of the third. Kishbaugh steps back in, and here's the 1-0 from Munoz. Big cut, swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike now on Will Kishbaugh, right fielder for the Evanston Outlaws. On deck, Tucker Leland. Kishbaugh struck out in the first. His only other at-bat so far in this ballgame. 1 down, we're tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Kishbaugh waits on this one, fouls it off toward the first base side, and just catches a break as Alec Heitzman overruns the play and misses the catch. Boy, he had a chance right there in front of the first base dugout and just misplayed it. he came in too far and it dropped right behind him. So Will Kishpa, a big breath of relief there, and now he steps back into the box, down a ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2, swung on, ground ball, sharply hit at third. Jelinas, though, a quick scoop, throw to first. And Kishpa grounds out for the second out of the inning. Brings Tucker Leland to the plate. Leland an RBI single in the first that scored Ian Fisher to tie it up at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And Leland also hits right, steps back in, and awaits the pitch from Andrew Munoz. First one inside, misses for ball 1. Munoz, an off-speed pitcher, trying with the curveball there, but just misses inside. 1 ball, no strikes. On deck for the Outlaws, Austin Herford. Here's the 1-0, up high, misses. Ball 2 to Tucker Leland. 2 balls, no strikes. 2 outs here, bottom of the 3rd inning, and we're tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Munoz, the pitch, swung on. Leland, grounder right down to Coach Judd Kishpa, down over on the third base side. Leland out in front of that one. Just couldn't get on it like he wanted to with his bat. So 2 balls, 1 strike with 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. Again, we're tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Munoz winds up. Here's the 2-1. Leland, swing and a miss. Big cut there. Saw a pitch he liked but couldn't get to it. Now the count is even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on and 2 down in the bottom of the 3rd. Munoz winds up, and here's the 2-2 for Leland. Misses outside. Oh, my goodness. Strike 3 called on Leland. And I tell you, Hopkins behind the plate, he had to reach clear out there with his mitt. That looked well outside, but the umpire, again, he's got a much better view than me. Strike 3. Munoz picks up his 3rd strikeout of the ball game. And the Outlaws go down 1-2-3. A fly out to center field, a ground out to 3rd, and a strikeout. And no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. We're tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard as we head for the top of the 4th inning. And we'll be back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog. 99.1 FM, KNYN, and at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball. Online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball. Online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Cale Eslick leading off the top of the 4th inning for the Knights. Fouls one into right field, down that right field line and foul. Eslick struck out in the 2nd inning to lead off the top of the 2nd, and he's down 0-1 in the count. Braden McDonald on the mound. A little bit of trouble in that 1st inning. Gave up a 2-run homer to Brendan Hopkins, but since then, he's shut out the Knights with just 1 base hit. Now strike 2 for Eslick as he fouls one. Just barely got a piece of it and dribbled it back toward the backstop. So now McDonald up 0-2 in the count on second baseman Cale Eslick. McDonald Winds up. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball up high. Hung up there a little too much. It's ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. On deck, number 8 hitter Alec Heitzman, first baseman, and then McCaden Mikesell, the right fielder, number 9 hitter in the hole. Here's the 1-2. Down low. Misses for ball 2, and the count is even. 2 balls, 2 strikes for second baseman Cale Eslick. Outlaws playing just about straight away defensively. Ian Fisher pretty deep, and Miles Piper pretty deep at short and second, respectively. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called down low and outside. And I tell you, that must the thing we can't see from here, I think, is the movement on that ball. And it crosses the plate as it's dropping and just catches the strike zone. And for Braden McDonald, if you're getting strikes called like that, you're having a good day. Strikes out Eslick. And now gets strike 1 on Alec Heitzman. McDonald with 4 strikeouts in the ball game. We're tied at 2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 0-1, and nice job by Heisman to wait on it. Sharp ground ball. Fisher the play at first, but the throw is short. Mitchell can't quite dig it up, and on first after the error is Alec Heitzman. Fisher was very deep. He was right on the edge of the infield and the outfield. And it would have been a long and a good throw, but couldn't quite get there. That'll bring McCaden Mikesell to the plate. Right fielder. He's 1 for 1, a single in the top of the second. Swings on this one, high grounder. Hicks makes the play. The throw to second, they get him. The throw to first, not in time. So they get the lead runner, which was Alec Heitzman, and we have 2 down after that fielder's choice. McCaden Mikesell is on first. And that'll get us back to the top of the lineup. And Isaiah Munoz, 1 for 2 today, a strikeout and a single. He's also got 2 stolen bases and a run scored in this ball game. And swings on the first one off the end of the bat. Fouls it to the backstop, just to this first base side. 2 outs in the top of the 4th inning. 2-2 ball game. We're tied on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Short lead at first for Mikesell. Here's the 0-1, and Isaiah Munoz gets a hold of it. Deep left center field, 1 hop to the bounces over, a ground rule double. And that's a bit of a break there for the Outlaws because that forces Mikesell to stay at third and Isaiah Munoz at second. Munoz, with his speed, might have been able to stretch that into a triple, and Mikesell would have scored easily. So Munoz, the ground rule double, brings Tyler Vendetti to the plate with runners on second and third and 2 outs. Vendetti 0 for 1. Ground out to short in the second and a walk. Now here's the pitch. It's a pass ball. DeRue chasing, gets back there. The throw not in time as Mikesell scores on the pass ball. And Green River regains the lead 3-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Now that's not scored as an error, scored as a pass ball, but scores the run. Tyler Vendetti up 1-0 in the count. And now another pass ball gets by DeRue. Munoz is going to score easily. And the Knights make it 4-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Just 1 hit in this inning, but a couple of runs. And the Outlaws, Heitzman was an unearned run. He reached on the error, McCaden Mikesell reached on the fielder's choice after the error. And now Vendetti fouls one toward the left, toward the third base dugout. 4-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Outlaws getting bit by the error bug a little bit here in the top of the 4th. They sharpen things up a little bit with 2 outs and try to finish this inning. Get out of this top of the 4th. 2 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. High fly ball into left field. Going back to the fence. It's right at the bottom of the fence. And a double by Tyler Vendetti. Boy, he really got a hold of that one. 10 more feet, and that's a home run. He's in with a stand-up double. And that'll bring Tanner Hanks to the plate. And now Ian Fisher and Hunter DeRue going to go and gather around Braden McDonald to give him a few words of encouragement. Runner on second with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. Knights ahead 4-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. And the Outlaws trying to get out of this inning. They've allowed a couple of runs. An error and 2 pass balls have scored runs for the Green River Knights. Tanner Hanks, the number 3 hitter for the Knights at the plate. McDonald winds up. Here's the pitch. And, boy, that looked pretty good. It was on the inside, but must have just missed for ball 1. I guess, yeah, the umpire now says, yeah, that was inside. Ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Hanks grounder to third, and Hunter Hicks makes the play, throw to first just in time. Tanner Hanks can't believe it. He thought he'd beaten the throw, but Hicks makes it in time. And the Outlaws get out of the inning, but some damage done here. Again, the 2 pass balls, the 1 error. 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 runner left on base for the Green River Knights, who now lead 4-2. On the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll see if the Outlaws can answer. In the bottom of the 4th, we'll have Austin Herford, Miles Piper, and Hunter DeRue, hitters 6, 7, and 8, coming up when we come back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, and you can watch online at k-9radio.com.
Mom's onboard electronic stability control system was giving us some woes. I don't even know what that means. But he does.
Guys are all fixed and ready to go.
Expert care for your car, so you can trust in more than just your tires.
We've got the selection you need and the friendly service you deserve. Come see us today. Big O Tires, Evanston, Wyoming.
Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Well, the Outlaws going to look for an answer here. After a little bit of a sloppy top of the 4th inning, 2 pass balls and an error, and 2 unearned runs for the Green River Knights. And they take the lead 4-2. Now they led early on, a 2-run home run by Brendan Hopkin in the top of the 1st. Put the Knights up 2-0. The Outlaws answered in the bottom of the 1st, and an RBI triple by Ian Fisher and an RBI single by Tucker Leland. We were tied at 2 until just a few moments ago, top of the 4th inning, the Green River Knights score a couple of runs. Outlaws with Austin Herford to lead off, and he pops one high down the first base line. Mike Sell coming over and can't make the play. He's just about running into that first base dugout and couldn't quite get there. There wasn't a whole lot underneath the ball, and that's maybe part of what saved Herford. So Heitzman, rather, there at first, couldn't quite make the catch. Herford down 0-1 in the count, leading off the bottom of the 4th. Munoz winds up. Here's the pitch. Herford takes it outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Herford's last at bat flew out to right field. Here's the 1-1. Ground ball, sharply hit toward the left side. Vendetti goes back, backhands it. The throw to first, not in time. Herford beats it, and the infield single. Herford with the hustle. And the Outlaws have a runner on first with no outs. Last week at Green River, we saw a similar play at Provo. No, or was that at Green River? One of the shortstops made that backhanded play, grab, and then threw it as he hopped. It looked like a Sports Center top 10 play. I think that was Vendetti last week at Green River. Anyway, at the plate now is Miles Piper. Munoz the throw over to first, trying to keep Herford close to the bag. Herford taking a pretty good lead. Munoz aware of him. Now Herford headed for second. Piper on the hit and run. The throw, it's from second base. They do get Herford, and then they get the double play at first. Miles Piper grounds into the double play. Both of those plays were extremely close. But the Knights get the job done defensively. The 5-4-3 double play. And we have 2 outs with Hunter DeRue at the plate. In the bottom of the 4th, the Outlaws trailing 4-2. DeRue gets a hold of the first pitch. High fly ball into deep left center field, and Isaiah Munoz goes back, makes the play, and the Outlaws unable to answer. A couple of runs for the Knights in the top of the 4th, but the Outlaws no answer in the bottom of the 4th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. And heading for the top of the 5th, the Knights lead 4-2 on the UNA Physical Therapy scoreboard. Stay tuned. We'll be back with the top of the 5th right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com. And, of course, you can listen at 99.1 FM.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com.
Well, the Evanston Outlaws trail 4-2 on the UNA Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the 5th inning. The Knights will have Brennan Hopkins, the cleanup hitter, leading off to start this 5th, and then number 5 hitter Blake Jelinas, Andrew Munoz in the hole. And the Evanston Outlaws keep Braden McDonald out there. Hopkins, a 2-run homer in the 1st, hit by a pitch in the 3rd. He's 1 for 1. Swings on that one. Did he check? He checked his swing and held it back. It was way outside and down low. McDonald almost got him to chase it. Hopkins steps back in and waits. 1 ball, no strike. Swings on this one. High, hopping ground ball down the left field. Oh, strike 2. They did call that a strike on the check swing. I thought he went around. I wasn't watching the umpire. I thought he'd gone around, but. So no balls, 2 strikes on Hopkins. After that last one, he fouled off. Here's the 0-2. Swings and fouls it back. Straight back, up over the backstop. McDonald going right after Hopkins, showing some good aggressive pitching, even after giving up that 2-run homer in the 1st to the Knights catcher. McDonald winds up, and here's the 0-2. Down low outside, misses for ball 1. Outlaws in the outfield have backed up just a little bit. Austin Herford playing a bit towards center. There's a good gap down that left field line. We've seen a couple of Knights hit it down that side. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Hopkins swings and misses. Strike 3. Great looking pitch from McDonald. Kept Hopkins guessing there and strikes him out for McDonald. That's strikeout number 5 in the ball game. That'll bring Blake Jelinas to the plate. A double in the 1st, reached on an error in the 3rd, but didn't get past first after the next batter, Andrew Munoz, lined out in that 3rd inning and ended it. First pitch for Jelinas, outside, ball 1. Fisher playing out on the grass, just right at the edge of left field. And Miles Piper the same at second base defensively for the Outlaws. Ball 2 inside on Jelinas, and he's up 2-0 on the count. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 out here, top of the 5th inning. Outlaws trail 4-2 on the UNA Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, or did he get a piece of it and knock it back? As I mentioned, on deck is Andrew Munoz, the pitcher. Cale Eslick in the hole, second baseman for the Knights. Beautiful afternoon here in Evanston. And here's the 1-2. Sharp ground ball down the first base side. That's going to get through. And Kishpa charges in. Thought about making the throw to first. But Jelinas in safe with the single. One down, Andrew Munoz at the plate. Munoz 0 for 2. A strikeout in the first. Line out to second base in the third. He's ended both the first and the third innings for the Knights offensively. He's got a runner on first with one out now. McDonald winds up. Munoz ground ball. This is a double play opportunity, and it's through Fisher's glove and into center field. The throw from Leland out there to third base, not in time. And Jelinas in safe at third. Andrew Munoz safe at first. And I tell you, I know exactly Fisher was looking to turn that double play and looked away before he had the ball in his glove. Brings Cale Eslick to the plate with runners on the corners. Eslick 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts. One down. Swing and a miss. And DeRue throws down to second. And another error by the Outlaws. The throw down there was high. It gets past Fisher and up top over to Miles Piper. So they try to get the runner the base runner stealing. Not a good throw, and the Outlaws, and that scores Blake Jelinas. The pitch outside to Eslick, and he's seen 2 pitches. 1 ball, 1 strike, thank you. Here's the 1-1. Inside, back behind Eslick, and it got a piece of the back of his jersey, apparently. And he takes his walk, hit by the pitch. That's the second one we've had today. For McDonald, he hit Brandon Hopkins earlier. And that'll bring Alec Heitzman, first baseman, to the plate with 1 out, runners on first and second. Heitzman, ground ball towards short. Fisher comes up. He's going to get the lead runner at third. And that's the only one they'll get. And, oh boy, Eslick thought that was the end of the inning. Hicks throws over to second, but not quite in time. So Eslick on second, Heitzman on first after the fielder's choice. Again, they got that lead runner, Andrew Munoz, at third. So with runners on first and second, McCaden Mikesell back to the plate. He's 1 for 2 today. Single in the second, fielder's choice, and a run scored in the fourth. Takes ball 1 up high. In that fourth inning, the Outlaws gave up 2 runs on passed balls. And they've given up 1 run so far here in the 5th inning. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Leland goes over. Piper, rather, picks it up, drops it. Throw to first, not in time. Runner's safe. And the Outlaws, with 3 errors over the last 2 innings, are getting themselves in the hole. Eslick at third, Heitzman at second, McCaden Mikesell at first, top of the order with 2 outs. First pitch for Isaiah Munoz in there, strike 1. Inside corner. Boy, this is a big moment right here. A base hit breaks this one wide open. Outlaws a trail 5-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 0-2 or the 0-1. Down low outside, ball 1. And now the throw by DeRue off target for Braden McDonald. Luckily, it didn't get far. McDonald kind of knocked it down, and now Coach Kishpa is going to come out of the dugout and have a word with his infield. Gets the timeout, and it's really not that McDonald isn't pitching well. He's still pitching well. The problem is the errors. We're getting lackadaisical and a little bit lazy about a lot of different things, and we saw that on that throw from DeRue back to the pitcher just a moment ago. The throw was low and almost allowed another run to score. The Outlaws have 3 errors and 2 pass balls in the 4th and 5th innings, and the Knights with 3 unearned runs. Their lead of 3 runs, 5-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. That lead for the Knights is unearned. It's on errors and pass balls by the Outlaws. They really need to sharpen things up and clean this thing up. Bases loaded with 2 outs, top of the 5th inning. Leadoff hitter Isaiah Munoz at the plate. A ground rule double and a single. He's scored twice. Swings on this one and misses. The pitch gets by DeRue. He'll lob it over to McDonald. No, the ball not on target. And now it gets away from McDonald. And Heitzman, now the Knights in a little bit of trouble. McDonald going to run over and tag Alec Heitzman, who makes a base running error. Boy, so Cale Eslick scored on that pass ball to make it 6-2. The throw from DeRue to McDonald got away from McDonald, and Heitzman thought, I'm heading home. He stopped to go back, and by then McCaden Mikesell was headed for third, so then Heitzman had to head back for home, and he had no chance. McDonald ran him down and tagged him easily, and that gets us out of the inning. A little bit of a sloppy inning again for the Outlaws. 2 runs, just 1 base hit for Green River. 2 errors and a pass ball, and 1 runner left on base. It is 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. The Outlaws will have Griffin Mitchell, and then we'll be back to the top of the lineup here in the bottom of the 5th when we come back in just a moment on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM with video online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws trailing 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And by my stats, 4 of those runs for Green River unearned off of errors and pass balls. 4 errors for the Outlaws, and that's what's got them down by 4 runs as we start this bottom of the 5th inning. Griffin Mitchell, first baseman, number 9 hitter, leading off, swings and misses. Strike 1 from Andrew Munoz. Munoz has kept the Outlaws in check. He's given up 4 hits, a couple of runs, and the Outlaws have also stranded 4 runners on base. See if Mitchell and the top of the order can get something going here for Evanston. Down by 4. Mitchell chases one way outside and just frustrated with himself. He knows that's one he needs to let go, and he's down 0-2 in the count. Mitchell steps back in. He hits left, and here's the pitch from Munoz. And this time he reaches out, gets a piece of it, chops it back toward Munoz at the mound. He'll go over, make the play. The throw is there, and we have 1 down. That'll bring us to the top of the order in Braden McDonald, who's 1 for 1. A leadoff walk in the first. He scored the first run of the game for the Outlaws. And he had a single in the second. Swings on the first pitch and pops it high over the third base dugout. He made good contact with it. Ian Fisher on deck for Evanston. You'd really like to get a couple of runs here and cut into that lead. The Outlaws trail by 4, 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 0-1, grounder back up the middle. Vendetti charges in, goes up, makes the catch, throw to first is there, and Braden McDonald grounds out. Bottom of the 5th inning, and the Outlaws with 2 outs. See if they can get something going here with Ian Fisher at the plate. Fisher an RBI triple in the first. Grounded out to short in the second. And he's back up here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Outlaws trail 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Fisher swings on the first one, hammers it, but hits it almost straight into the air. Isaiah Munoz will come in from center field, make the catch on the edge of the grass and the infield. And the Outlaws go down 1, 2, 3 in the bottom of the 5th inning. So Evanston with 2 more 2 more innings to try and claw their way back into this one. They trail 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on in that bottom of the 5th for Evanston. Stay tuned. Top of the 6th inning is coming up when we come back on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on KNYN 99.1 FM, The Big Dog, K-9radio.com.
And now, Kay Rossiter talks about her physical therapy experience working with Mark Brinkerhoff at Uinta Physical Therapy.
I had both of my knees replaced at the same time a little bit over a year ago, and Mark was my therapist, and he put me through some really strange things, but it must have worked because I was back at work in less than 3 weeks, and when I went for my 6-month checkup to my surgeon, I was at a point where I should have been at a year. I would recommend Mark Brinkerhoff and Uinta Physical Therapy to anyone.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic, traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, The Big Dog at K-9radio.com.
Couple of lineup changes for the Evanston Outlaws. Number 13, Austin Herford, comes in from left field. He'll be on the mound, and I believe that Braden McDonald headed out to left field. We also have a substitution at first base, as Bo Lloyd will come in for Griffin Mitchell. The rest of the defensive lineup remains the same, I believe, for the Evanston Outlaws, who trail 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the 6th inning, the Outlaws with 4 hits in the ball game, but matched that with 4 errors. And the Green River Knights have 4 unearned runs. They lead by 4. Green River with 6 hits in the ball game, but they've stranded 6 runners, and the big difference really so far has been those errors. Green River, I have 0 errors, the number that you want to see there in that errors column. A little bit of a huddle for the infield of the Evanston Outlaws. Now they'll go back out and set up. Green River, Isaiah Munoz will lead off. He was at the plate to end the the top of the 5th. His first pitch, he bunts down the third base line, foul. Hicks up there quickly to make sure to field it in foul territory. It was a well laid down bunt by Isaiah Munoz, just in foul territory. Now, so Munoz was at the plate when that top of the 5th inning ended on a pass ball, and then the Outlaws tagged a base runner heading for home. Herford's pitch way up high. Isaiah Munoz, boy, he chased that one up at eye level. And he spun around a few times, and now he comes back to the plate smiling and just chuckling at himself for swinging at that pitch. He's 1 for 2 in this one, a single and a ground rule double. Also struck out, strikes out again on a great pitch from Herford, the off speed. Herford just really fooled Munoz with that one. And he picks up his first strikeout of the ball game. Munoz has struck out twice now. Herford, I should say, McDonald had finished the game with 5 innings pitched, struck out 5. And up to the plate now is Tyler Vendetti. He takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Herford looking in and now winds up. Here's the 0-1, fouled back. Of a slow pop-up back to the screen, back to the backstop. And that's strike 2, so no balls, 2 strikes. Herford getting ahead in the count, and that's what you want from your pitcher. Tanner Hanks on deck. 1 down, shortstop Tyler Vendetti at the plate. Here's the 0-2. Just misses down low. And it's a ball and 2 strikes on Vendetti. Vendetti walked in the first, ground out to short in the third, a double in the fourth. Here's the 1-2. Swings on it, line driving to left field, just foul. Whew. We have a great view from right here where we're at. And if you're watching at k-9radio.com, that was, I mean, it was real close, but clear to see from here that was foul. I mean, that's about as close as you can get and be foul. Vendetti got a good swing on it, good piece of the ball, but just out in front. And the count is 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out in the top of the 6th. Outlaws trail 6-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Vendetti will step back in. And Hereford looking to see if he can get him to chase one here. Hereford winds up. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, high fly ball into deep left field. McDonald will go back and over and make the catch. So the Outlaws get Vendetti to fly out to left, and that'll bring Tanner Hanks, number 16, left fielder, to the plate. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Tanner Hanks, the ace pitcher for the Green River Knights. I think we'll see a pitcher's duel in the second inning between Hanks and probably Ian Fisher for the Outlaws. First pitch for Hanks. Off speed, he waits on it and then fouls it back to the backstop. No balls, 1 strike. 2 outs, top of the 6th inning. 6-2, the Outlaws trail the Green River Knights on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Brennan Hopkins on deck. 2 outs here. Hanks waits again on another one, flies it high into shallow center field, and it's going to drop. Outlaw outfield playing pretty deep, and Tucker Leland, boy, he gave it all he could to try and get in and make the catch, but couldn't quite get there, and Hanks with a single. Dropped just in between Fisher and Leland, and Piper over there trying to make the play on it as well. That'll bring Brennan Hopkins. He's 1 for 2 in this ball game. A home run, a 2-run shot in the first, hit by a pitch in the third, struck out in the 5th. And now some argument between, the umpire and the coach coming in from third base. Boy, we're getting real physical. Players coming in and shoving the umpire. And now Coach Kishpaw just trying to keep the Green River Knights away from the umpire. I'm not sure what initiated that. Hopkins was told to head for the dugout before he came up to bat. And Kishpaw, Coach Kishpaw of the Outlaws, really being physical to keep the Green River Knights off the umpire. And now they're saying everybody in the dugout, and I don't know what initiated that. But goodness. Boy, the Green River Knights, it's one thing to get in an umpire's face and kick a little dirt, but the Knights coaches were pushing the umpire. I'm surprised that, and maybe he has been thrown out and just hasn't made his way out yet, but Coach Kishpaw is coach number 8, and I'm not sure who that is for the Knights. I don't have, I think it's Brad Hatfield or Chase Lamson. And now some players on the bench getting real upset for Green River. Boy, we're just having all kinds of troubles. Is that coach? Is that still? Oh, that's another coach. Elsick. No, that's Cale Elslick is number 4, the second baseman. He's a real emotional player. During other games, I've seen him really trying to get his team fired up and emotionally lifted for games. And he really came off the bench fired up. We've also got, number 22 is Jeremy Hopkins for the Green River Knights. He came out of the play, and you can see it if you're watching at k-9radio.com. He just gave a fan, an Evanston Outlaw fan, a big shove. And now some more players, Cale Eslick included, running from the dugout to come and try to get involved. My goodness. And now one of the umpires is telling a fan to leave. It was Hopkins who came and initiated the contact with this fan right here in front of us. And the umpire came off the field to tell the fan that you need to leave. And now Cale Eslick, you ought to have, I honestly think you ought to have 3 or 4 Green River Knight players thrown out of this one, the way that they're reacting. And Cale Eslick, the most emotional of them all, we're still not under control here. The Evanston Outlaws, they've kept their cool throughout this whole thing. They've just kind of gathered over there between home plate and first base. Tanner Hanks of the Green River Knights over there with them. Got to wonder what they're all talking about. And now the Knights are gathering out down toward third base. The teams, the coaches, Tanner Hanks from first base, he's headed out there as well. Coach Kishpaw of the Evanston Outlaws headed back toward his team. And, boy, Cale, no, I don't know. Cale Eslick he's walking, can you see him out there, Tim? Out past the third base dugout. He's just headed out into the wild blue yonder. That's right. I don't know just how this will turn out. As much trouble as the Green River Knights coaches and a few of the players caused just now, I wouldn't be surprised to see something along the lines of a Green River forfeit for game 1. I mean, that's the kind of situation we had here a moments ago. And it all started when Brennan Hopkins came to the plate, and I don't know if he had some words for somebody or something, but the umpire gave him a signal to head for the bench. He said, I think he said, you're done. You're not going to get your at bat here because of something he said or did or some motion I did not see. And then the coach from the third base, who I believe is Brad Hatfield, came in there from third base and had some words for the umpire, pushed the umpire, and that's when everything just kind of broke loose. One fan was ejected from the diamond, and we're still getting things sorted out here. The umpire is removing his gear down here on the first base dugout. And, boy, I'm not sure just how they're going to finish this one out or call this. The Green River Knights still over there right down by third base, huddled up, talking about it as a team. And I haven't seen Cale Eslick. I mean, he's gone. The second baseman, he might have been thrown out and just took a walk. Maybe to cool down or maybe because he was asked to leave. The umpire that was behind the plate has removed his gear, and he's right down here by the first base dugout. Austin Herford trying to keep warm in case we get going in this one again. He's just throwing the ball with Hunter Hicks. Now it's 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the 6th inning, 2 outs. Tanner Hanks was on first when everything started, and Brennan Hopkins was coming to the plate. And you can see Coach Kishpaw down here meeting with the umpire who's still out there. Now, he was the field umpire, the field official, and now one of the officials from the Post 41 has come out to talk with the umpire and with Evanston coaches. Try and find out and just kind of sort this thing out. Now, it looks like we're going to continue playing, and I see Cale Eslick, thanks for pointing that out. He took a walk, and hopefully he's cooled off a bit because he was just way too fired up. And hopefully he's going to be, he's headed this way toward the fans. He's waving at somebody, and that's taunting right there. I don't know why. And now the police department is here. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. We're having an eventful afternoon, and now Cale Eslick is headed over this way to the third base dugout, and I think somebody needs to stop him because he's real emotional, and now a coach comes over to try and slow him down, and he's just fighting to get away from that coach. We got, the excitement continues. And now, jeez, you saw those coaches run up the hill right there? They're going, I think they're heading up there. We're at a baseball game and a fight broke out. And so, boy, still trying to just figure out how this is all going to play out. And I find it hard to believe that at least one of the coaches for the Green River Knights is not going to get thrown out of this one, and one or two of the players as well. And the umpire who was behind the plate, I don't see him. He came over, took his gear off, and left, didn't he? Yeah, he left. He was done. He I guess he decided he wasn't going to deal with that. Coach Stub Hatfield, who's the head coach for the Green River Knights, coming over now to meet with the umpire who's still on the field to check on one of his players. I don't know. I mean, there's just so many different things going on right now. Players not controlling themselves, and now Stub Hatfield sends Skylar Marsh. You may have seen him run up the sidewalk right there on your right side of the screen if you're watching at k-9radio.com. And, jeez. I'll tell you, we're going to take a break. Things seem to have settled down a little bit here, and we're going to see how it all plays out and just what happens. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more here on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball. 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning when we come back on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball here on the Big Dog, k-9radio.com and at 99.1 FM.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball. Online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball. Online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
And now, Kay Rossiter talks about her physical therapy experience working with Mark Brinkerhoff at Uinta Physical Therapy.
I had both of my knees replaced at the same time a little bit over a year ago, and Mark was my therapist, and he put me through some really strange things, but it must have worked because I was back at work in less than 3 weeks, and when I went for my 6-month checkup to my surgeon, I was at a point where I should have been at a year. I would recommend Mark Brinkerhoff and Uinta Physical Therapy to anyone.
Mom's onboard electronic stability control system was giving us some woes. I don't even know what that means. But he does.
You guys are all fixed and ready to go.
Expert care for your car, so you can trust in more than just your tires.
We've got the selection you need and the friendly service you deserve. Come see us today. Big O Tires, Evanston, Wyoming.
Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Welcome back to American Legion Baseball here on the Big Dog, Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw. American Legion Post 41 Baseball at 99.1 FM and online. You can watch at k-9radio.com. And you may be wishing you just watched the last 20 minutes of this. We had 2 outs, Tanner Hanks on first base, and Brendan Hopkins the catcher for Green River came to the plate. And just what initiated everything that went on, I didn't see. But what I did see was that the umpire behind the plate asked Hopkins, or ordered Hopkins to head for the dugout. Well, the third base coach for the Green River Knights didn't like that. And I believe that was Brad Hatfield. He came in from third base, got in the umpire's face, gave him a push and a shove, was out of line, and that's when the bench kind of cleared for the Green River Knights. Players came over and got in on it as well. After all is said and done, at this point, that umpire who was behind the plate came over, took his gear off, and left. He decided he was done. The police showed up, Evanston Police Department. One of the players, number 4, Cale Eslick, was in handcuffs for about the last 5 or 10 minutes. He's been calmed down, talked to. The cuffs are off, and well, you hate to see any kind of charges or anything like that, but you got to control a kid, right? I mean, they're some of the Green River players, Coach Todd Hoover, and a couple others are over there talking with a couple of members of the Evanston Police Department to try and sort things out, because where it did get physical between some players, the umpire, a coach, and even one of the fans came over and got into it a little bit as well with Cale Eslick, number 4 of the Green River Knights. The police department was called in. Now, most of the players right now are out on the field, as you can see at k-9radio.com. Evanston Outlaws are down here by their dugout, most of them. Over there, you can see some of the Green River Knights and a couple of Evanston Outlaws kind of talking and hanging out and waiting for this all to get sorted out. On the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard, it's 6-2. The Green River Knights lead, and your story so far prior to this fight and all this non-baseball activity, the story was that the Green River Knights opened it up in the top of the first inning. Isaiah Munoz a single, and then with one out, Tyler Vendetti walked, got caught trying to go to second base. Then with one out, Brendan Hopkins comes to the plate, hits a 2-run homer over the left field fence. That made it 2-0. Outlaws answered in the bottom of the first. Brendan McDonald walked to lead off. Ian Fisher, an RBI triple, made it 2-1 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. 2 batters later, Tucker Leland, an RBI single, scored Ian Fisher, and the Outlaws had tied it up at 2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Then, neither team able to do much of anything. No runs in the second or the third innings. But then in the top of the fourth, Outlaws were bit by the error bug. 1 error, 2 pass balls, 2 runs scored, unearned runs for the Green River Knights, and that made it 4-2. Similar story in the top of the 5th inning. The Outlaws with 2 errors and 1 pass ball allowed 2 runs to score for the Green River Knights. That made it 6-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. In the meantime, the Outlaws unable to get anything going offensively. Austin Herford led off the bottom of the 4th with a walk, but then Miles Piper grounded into a double play, and that's all the offense the Outlaws have been able to get going since that first inning. They've had a hit here and a hit there, but unable to do anything else. Just 4 hits in the ball game, 2 runs, and they've committed 4 errors to go along with at least 3 pass balls that have allowed Green River to take the lead, 6-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Now, when we get this one going again, we've got 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. Tanner Hanks will be on first base, and I'm not sure what they'll do with Brendan Hopkins, because he was the one that came to bat, and then the umpire told him to head back for the dugout. Now, Cale Eslick, number 4, the second baseman for the Green River Knights, again, he was in handcuffs for a few minutes back over here by Evanston High School. He's headed back over to join his team. He has no shoes on, and I'm not sure what significance that has, just something I've observed, and now he's back out on the field to go join his team, and they're going to welcome him with some fists and pounds and Now, the other thing we have going on is down here on the first base side, a couple members of the Evanston Police Department are out here talking with number 9 is Stub Hatfield of the Green River Knights, and then that's Todd Hoover, the Evanston Outlaws. And I believe, and then the 2 policemen, and then that 5th individual is, I believe, an official with the American Legion Post 41. Now, based on what I saw, and here's some sportsmanship after the fact. Cale Eslick comes over to apologize and shake hands with the Evanston Outlaws coaches and other members of the team. But based on what I saw, number 8 of the Green River Knights, and I believe that's Brad Hatfield, he came over and pushed an umpire. You do that, I mean, from what I know of sportsmanship, he should not be allowed to stay here. Number 4, Cale Eslick, hit the physicality that he showed in pushing umpires. He also came off the diamond, out of play, and pushed a fan. He should be gone by my estimation of sportsmanship. As far as what I saw, I may have missed something, but I didn't see any Evanston Outlaws do anything unsportsmanlike. Any kind of contact or involvement by the Evanston Outlaws was to try and keep, to get the other teams and the other coaches off of the umpires. Now, Stub Hatfield is out here talking right now with Todd Hoover, and I think we're getting to the point where we're just about to get back into action. And we also have scheduled Game 2 here tonight, here in Evanston. Game 1 right now, top of the 6th inning. We have 2 outs, and the Knights lead 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. We're going to take another quick break. We'll see if things get sorted out, and we'll be back with more on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on 99.1 KNYN, the Big Dog, K-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at K-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic. Traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
I'm a 75-year-old woman who had a low back surgery. After surgery, I had a lot of pain in my left leg. My doctor ordered physical therapy, and I chose Mark Brinkerhoff. He gave me exercises that I could tolerate, and now I have no pain, and I can walk as I always did. Mark seems to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I am very happy with my results.
Welcome back to Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM. And you can watch online at k-9radio.com. There's a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Outlaw baseball. We've had some non-baseball related excitement here as the umpire. We had Brendan Hopkins come to the plate, and not sure what exchange there was, but he was ordered by the umpire behind the plate to leave, to head back to the dugout. He didn't like it, and the third base coach, who I believe is Brad Hatfield, didn't like it either. He came charging in and got right in the umpire's face, actually pushed him, and I'm surprised that Hatfield, that coach number 8 for the Green River Knights, I'm surprised he's still out on the field. And we had a lot of other activity, a lot of other players got involved with it for Green River, and the coaches and the police department was called in. Number 4, Cale Eslick, the second baseman for Green River, is gone. He was asked to actually leave the field and leave the facility because he resisted arrest. He had handcuffs on him for a few minutes out here in the parking lot. And so he's not going to be there anymore for Green River. And frankly, honestly, I'm surprised that coach number 8 is still going to be allowed to stay on the field because he came up and pushed the umpire. And as I mentioned it a little while ago, it's one thing to come up, get in an umpire's face, kick some dirt, yell and scream, blah, blah, blah. It's a completely different thing when he charged right up and pushed that umpire, and that umpire left. That's the effect it had on him. He after things settled down a little bit, he took his gear off and decided he was done. He walked away. So the umpire that was in the field has changed his clothes, put on the gear. He's going to be behind the plate. And then I believe we've had a volunteer approved by the American Legion, Post 41, come over, and he's going to step in to play field umpire. And we're going to get this thing going again. Now we're in the top of the 6th inning, 2 outs on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. 6-2, Green River has the lead. And if you're watching online, you can see that UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard up in your upper left-hand corner. Now the Outlaws have retaken the field. Austin Herford is on the mound. Hunter DeRue behind the plate. No other changes for Evanston as Bo Lloyd is at first, Miles Piper at second, Hunter Hicks at third, Ian Fisher at short, and in the outfield from left field to right, Braden McDonald, Tucker Leland, and Will Kishpaw. Now the Outlaws have some ground to make up here. They've gotten a bit sloppy, and as I see them warming up, they better clean things up even more. They've been a little bit sloppy warming up here. Throws off target. Ground balls, the warm-up first baseman throws the ground balls to the third base, shortstop, second baseman. We've seen a few of those go through the legs, through a few throws off target for first base. So I'm hoping the Outlaws clean things up here. They've got 4 errors in this ball game, and the lead of 4 runs for the Green River Knights. All 4 of those runs that make the difference in this one are unearned runs. They got that 2-run home run by Brendan Hopkins in the first. The Outlaws answered with an RBI triple from Ian Fisher and an RBI single from Tucker Leland. That tied us up at 2 in the first inning. The other 4 runs the Knights have are unearned in this ball game. And stay tuned here to K9, 99.1 FM, and the Big Dog. You can watch at k-9radio.com. When this first game wraps up, we'll have a little bit of a break, and then we'll go on and have Game 2 of this doubleheader. Now, coming to the plate is 34, And for the Green River Knights, that's Quentin McKenzie. And I have to assume he's in there for Brendan Hopkins, who was tossed earlier, and that's what started this whole thing. McKenzie swings at a high pitch from Hereford for strike one. On deck, is that 14? That's Blake Jelinas. So it looks like Hopkins has been replaced by McKenzie. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Good-looking pitch from Hereford. Off speed, and that just dropped away from McKenzie. He had no chance at hitting that one. On first base is Tanner Hanks. Hereford glances over to first. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Outside, misses ball three, and Hanks is going to steal second. Just kind of caught everybody off guard. Fisher and Piper didn't even react to head toward second and try to be there for Hanks, stealing second base. McKenzie with a 1-ball, 2-strike count, and here's the 1-2. Swings and fouls it back. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. We're back underway here after all kinds of activity, and 1 ball, 2 strikes is your count with 2 outs. Top of the 6th inning, Outlaws trail 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Quentin McKenzie, number 34, in the ball game, hitting for Brendan Hopkins, who was tossed out. Here's the 1-2, misses outside. Ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, even count now from Austin Hereford. McKenzie steps back in. He hits right. Hereford, who throws right, winds up the pitch. McKenzie, high fly ball into left field. It's hit right toward Braden McDonald. He'll come in about 10 steps and make the catch and end the inning. So that's one of the longest innings you'll ever experience right there. And Quentin McKenzie flies out to left field. Let me see if I can figure this out. We had no runs. 1 hit, that was Tanner Hanks. We had no errors. 1 runner left on base. Heading for the bottom of the 6th inning, the Outlaws trail 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll have Hunter Hicks, Will Kishpaw, and Tucker Leland coming up when we come back in the bottom of the 6th inning right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball. Online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws trail 6-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. We're going to have a couple of changes in the defensive lineup for Green River. One of those is Quentin McKenzie now at third base. Cale Eslick was thrown out, so Tanner Hanks has moved into second. In left field, can you see a number there, Tim? We'll get it sorted out before too long and figure out now. I'm pretty sure we're going to have Jelinas behind the plate. Yeah, number 14, Blake Jelinas is behind the plate. And let's see, Cale Eslick was thrown out after getting into the melee, resisting arrest, being put in handcuffs for 5 or 10 minutes. Number 12 is in left field. Thank you. And that is McCaden Mikesell, who was in right. And now we got, is that McKenzie? Well, we'll get it sorted out. Andrew Munoz still on the mound for the Knights as Hunter Hicks lines one high and deep into left field. This is over the left fielder, way past Mike Sell. All the way, it bounces to the fence. Hicks rounding second. He's heading for third. The play is there. The throw is off target. And a great backup by Blake Jelinas to keep Hicks on third. But Hunter Hicks leads off the bottom of the sixth with a triple, second triple of the ball game for the Evanston Outlaws. Ian Fisher had a RBI triple in the first, and that'll bring Will Kishpaw to the plate. He's 0 for his last, I believe, 6 at-bats, and he is due for a base hit here. Will Kishpaw, very good hitter. He's due for something. He steps up with no out, swings at one, pops it high, and hope this drifts out of play toward the first base dugout on top of the dugout. Just stays safe or out of territory. So Alec Heitzman still at first. In right field, oh, that's Jeremy Hopkins. That's big number 20, I believe, or 22. Here's the pitch for Kishpaw, and that misses for ball one. So a ball and a strike. Munoz lines up. Here's the 1-1. Kishpaw, high fly ball into deep right field. This one has a chance. Going back, and it's gone. Will Kishpaw, the two-run homer, and the Outlaws have made it a two-run ball game. Will Kishpaw said he was due for something. I didn't quite expect that, but we'll take it for sure. And the Outlaws now trail 6-2. A two-run homer by Will Kishpaw. And it's a two-run ball game on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Hunter Hicks scores from third. Kishpaw makes the round, and with no outs, Tucker Leland will step to the plate. Outlaws. Leland squares around, bunts, but goes straight back to Munoz. Scoops it up, throw to first, one down. And Leland now 1 for 3 in the ball game. That'll bring Austin Herford to the plate. Herford, 1 for 2. Flew out to right in the first, a single in the fourth. Looking for something here with one down. Bottom of the sixth. Outlaws trailing 6-4 now on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard with one out. Herford's first pitch pops it out of play over the first base dugout. Boy, Will Kishpaw really got a hold of that one a few moments ago, that two-run homer. No balls, one strike, one down. And here's the pitch. Herford waits on it and fouls it back. Good patience. It was a bit high. Might have let that one go. Would have been ball one. But instead, he fouls it back, and we have no balls, 2 strikes against Austin Herford. Miles Piper on deck. Piper's 0 for 2 in this one. Herford waits. Munoz winds up. Here's the pitch. Little blooper into shallow left field. Vendetti goes back and makes the catch. So the shortstop makes the play there. That'll bring Miles Piper to the plate with 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th inning. Outlaws trailing 6-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Hunter DeRue on deck. And Piper looking for a base hit here. Takes strike one on the outside corner from Munoz. Andrew Munoz has done a pretty good job on the Outlaws today. Swing and a miss for Piper on that outside corner again. And now Piper's down 0-2. Again, Piper is 0 for 2 in this one. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The ball gets away from Jelinas, but he scoops it up quickly, reaches out and tags Piper, and that will end the inning. So the Outlaws do a little bit of damage, make it closer. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, nobody left on. It's 6-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, heading for the top of the 7th. This is the final inning of Game 1 coming up when we come back on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, and you can watch online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Mom's onboard electronic stability control system was giving us some woes. I don't even know what that means. But he does.
You guys are all fixed and ready to go.
Expert care for your car, so you can trust in more than just your tires.
We've got the selection you need and the friendly service you deserve. Come see us today. Big O Tires, Evanston, Wyoming.
Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Well, the Outlaws trailing 6-4. A two-run home run by Will Kishpaw makes it a two-run game in the bottom of the sixth. And now the top of the seventh, Austin Herford on the mound. Blake Jelinas, the catcher now, will lead off. Swings on the first pitch and flies it high and back out of play. Caught by an Outlaw fan, and he even throws it back. Oh, good play. Good catch. He didn't even move. He's just sitting on the hill behind the field, behind the plate, and it flew right back to him. Herford misses on the second pitch on the 0-1. So a ball and a strike for Jelinas, who is 2 for 3 in this one, a double and a single. High fly ball into left field. McDonald coming forward and on the run makes the catch, one down. That'll bring Andrew Munoz to the plate. I'll have to keep my eyes open for who's Cale Eslick was to be in the hole, but he's been tossed out of the game, so that'll be. It looks like he'll be replaced by Jeremy Hopkins, number 22. Andrew Munoz takes ball one up high from Herford. 1 out. Here in the top of the seventh, Munoz grounds one up the middle for a base hit. Hit it well, made good contact. And he's on first with a single. And 1 out in the top of the seventh. And that'll bring Jeremy Hopkins, number 22, to the plate. We've seen Hopkins bat a time or two against the Outlaws this season, and I think he struck out and grounded out. Throw over to first. Andrew Munoz, a short lead. Bull Lloyd over there at first for the Outlaws now. Herford glances over there. Munoz, a short lead. Herford, again the glance over to first, and now here's the windup, the pitch up high for Hopkins. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Top of the seventh, the Outlaws trail 6-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Short lead for Munoz. Inches out a little further. Here's the pitch. Hopkins, a high fly ball into left field. McDonald's keeping busy. He barely has to move, settles under it, makes the catch. And Hopkins flies out to left. That's 3 outs that McDonald has made in the last about 4 batters. I think that 4 out of the last 5 or 6. He's been busy out there in left field. That'll bring Alec Heitzman, first baseman, to the plate. Heitzman bats right, runner on first with 2 outs. Here's the pitch for Heitzman, misses high and away from Herford. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs, top of the seventh. Again, the Outlaws trailing 6-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Andrew Munoz on first, a short lead. Herford the move over there, trying to pick him off, not going to happen. Munoz dives back in safe. Want to get this out here. You don't want to get back to the top of the lineup. We're at the number 8 hitter, Alec Heitzman. Herford looking in, glances to first. Now here's the pitch. Misses high for ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes for Heitzman. Heitzman in this game 0 for 3, but he's reached on an error and reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th and 5th innings. Munoz a short lead at first, and Hereford winds up, misses outside with the 2-0. So now 3 balls and no strikes against Heitzman. Hereford now taking his time to get back up on the rubber. 3-0. Here's the pitch, misses high and inside. 4 straight balls for Alec Heitzman. And now we have runners on first and second, and Coach Judd Kishbaugh comes out of the dugout. Have a quick word with Hereford. This is a crucial moment because you really don't want to get back to the top of the lineup with Isaiah Munoz, Tyler Vendetti, and Tanner Hanks. You're at the number 9 hitter, McCaden Mikesell, who's 1 for 3 in the ball game. And you have 2 outs. So an out, you've got 2 runners on. You can pretty much throw to any base if you can get a ground ball. You'd love to get a strikeout here, but you definitely want to get out of this inning before getting back to the top of that Green River Knight lineup. Kishbaugh, some encouraging words for his team. The infield gathers around, and now they break the huddle and head back out to their positions. Andrew Munoz at second. Alec Heitzman at first after earning the walk just a moment ago. That's Hereford's first walk of the ball game, I believe. He struck out 1. This is his 2nd inning of action on the mound. McCaden Mikesell, right fielder, who's moved in to second base, I believe, takes ball 1 up high and inside. Or McCaden Mikesell moved out to right or left field, didn't he? Here's the 1-0 pitch, and a ground ball, high chopper. Fisher goes over, makes the catch, long throw to first. Not there, and Bo Lloyd can't dig it. It's off target. That's going to score 1 run. And Fisher had a long throw to make. Lloyd trying to stretch and keep his foot on the bag, couldn't get to the ball. So the Outlaws' 5th error of the ball game costs them another run, as Andrew Munoz comes around to score from second, and that gets us back to the top of the lineup and Isaiah Munoz. And now Hereford steps off the rubber to reset. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. Top of the 7th. It's 7-4, and Munoz pops one high and deep into left field. This one may carry. McDonald back at the warning track. Can't quite get there. And that's going to score 1 run, going to score 2 runs. Alec Heitzman easily in from third. McCaden Mikesell in all the way from first. And again, more unearned runs for the Green River Knights. They tack on 3 more here in the top of the 7th. And we've still got to get 1 more out. Isaiah Munoz, a 2-run double. I thought McDonald might have had a chance out there. As high as that was, he just couldn't quite get back far enough at the warning track. Hereford, the move over to second. Isaiah Munoz, he's a real daring base runner. He just dares the pitcher to try and make a play and pick him off. And we saw Ian Fisher pick him off in a game earlier this season. Munoz headed for third. Ground ball right back to the pitcher. McDonald stabs the ball out of the air and throws to first, and that ends the inning. So if Tyler Vendetti grounds out to the pitcher. But some big damage done there. We had just 2 hits. 3 runs, 2 hits, 1 outlaw error, and 1 runner left on base. Heading for the bottom of the 7th. Final chance for the Outlaws in this one. They need 5 runs to keep going. 9-4 is your score on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll have Hunter DeRue, and then Bo Lloyd, and back to the top of the lineup with Braden McDonald when we come back in the bottom of the 7th inning right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Andrew Munoz going to try and complete this ball game. Back out on the mound for the Green River Knights. He's limited the Outlaws to 4 runs, and the bigger story is that the Outlaws, with 5 errors so far in this ball game, to go along with at least 3 passed balls that have scored runs for the Green River Knights. And unofficially, Green River they've got 9 runs in the game, and unofficially I've got them with 2 earned runs, so 7 unearned runs, and they lead by 5, 9-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Hunter DeRue leads off, fouls the first pitch back, up over the backstop. Bottom of the 7th, the Outlaws down to 3 outs here to try and fight back into this one. Bo Lloyd on deck. Munoz to DeRue, misses up high. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Braden McDonald in the hole at the top of the lineup for Evanston. Munoz winds up. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Big cut by DeRue. Good looking pitch. It was a bit above belt level. And he liked it. Took a big cut but missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Hunter DeRue. DeRue is 0 for 2. A strikeout in the 2nd. Flew out to center in the 4th. And swing and a miss. Strike 3. Hunter DeRue goes down swinging. For Andrew Munoz, that's strikeout number 4 in this ball game. And that brings Bo Lloyd to the plate. Coach Kishpaw giving the signals down at third base. Lloyd steps in. He hits right. Munoz winds up. The pitch. Swing and a miss. That one, good breaking ball. Dropped down and out in front of the plate. Looked good when it left his hand, but as Bo Lloyd found out, it dropped quickly and hit the dirt. Here's the 0-1 from Munoz. Misses outside. No, strike 2 on the outside corner. No balls, 2 strikes. Bo Lloyd steps back in with 1 down in the bottom of the 7th. Misses outside. Oh, wow. Jelinas reaches clear out there to make that catch, and it's called for strike 3. And the Outlaws go down 1-2 on strikeouts. Munoz with 5 strikeouts in the game now, and with 2 outs, the Outlaws will bring Braden McDonald to the plate. Top of the lineup, down by 5. 9-4. First pitch is way up high for McDonald. And Braden is 1 for 2 in the ball game. A single in the 2nd, ground out to short in the 5th. And he lines one high and deep into left field. McCaden Mikesell misplays it. It's over his head. McDonald heading for second. And he's going to be in there safe with the double. I'm not sure if you call that a double. Mikesell just misplayed it out there in left. And it was over his head. We'll give Braden McDonald the double there. Again, any stats that I give you are unofficial. They're stats I keep as we go. Ian Fisher to the plate now. 1 for 3 in the ball game. RBI triple in the 1st. Ground out to short in the 2nd. Pop out or fly out to center in the 5th. 2 outs here, and the Outlaws need a big-time 2-out rally. They trailed 9-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard in the bottom of the 7th inning. They've allowed 7 unearned runs to the Green River Knights. 5 errors in the ball game. 3 pass balls that allowed runs to score. And there were a couple other pass balls on top of that. Runner on second, Ian Fisher at the plate. His first pitch, a high chopper back toward Munoz. He goes up, makes the catch, throw to first, and this one's over. Ian Fisher grounds out back to the pitcher, and the Outlaws drop to 7-8 on the season, 0-1 in conference play. A final score of 9-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Stay tuned. We'll have a post-game show. We'll also kind of wrap this first game up, and then Game 2 is coming up a little bit later on tonight here as well from American Legion Post 41 Field at just here next to Evanston High School. If you're not here yet, come on down, enjoy this beautiful evening in Evanston, and another baseball game between the Evanston Outlaws and the Green River Knights. Again, our final score in Game 1, 9-4. Green River earns the victory. Andrew Munoz, the winning pitcher, after allowing 4 runs and striking out 5 Evanston Outlaws. Stay tuned. Your post-game wrap-up's coming up right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at K-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com.
And now, Kay Rossiter talks about her physical therapy experience working with Mark Brinkerhoff at Uinta Physical Therapy.
I had both of my knees replaced at the same time a little bit over a year ago, and Mark was my therapist, and he put me through some really strange things, but it must have worked because I was back at work in less than 3 weeks, and when I went for my 6-month checkup to my surgeon, I was at a point where I should have been at a year. I would recommend Mark Brinkerhoff and Uinta Physical Therapy to anyone.
Outlaws lose 9-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard in Game 1. Game 2 coming up here before too long. Green River Knights will be without a player or two in Game 2. We'll see if that helps the Outlaws at all. But the big thing is the Outlaws, they've got to play better defense. 5 errors. And by my stats, now again, any stats I give you unofficial, but by my stats, Green River, of their 9 runs, only 2 were earned, and that's the kind of struggle the Outlaws had here today. And that's been the story the last 3 games. They've kind of gone into a slump going back to last Thursday when they played at Green River, lost 2-1. Just struggling defensively. They really struggled at Provo. They had 8 errors last Friday and then 5 here this afternoon. And in Game 1, they lose 9-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Judd Kishpaw, now we normally have him here for a post-game interview. We'll have him after Game 2 is what we discussed. So he's out there preparing the field for game number 2. We'll run down the stats real quick for you and get this post-game show wrapped up here in just a bit. Stay tuned. We'll wrap up the post-game right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com, and listen at 99.1 FM.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic, traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws, again, final score, lose to the Green River Knights 9-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the lineup looks pretty good statistically on offense. Braden McDonald, 2 for 3, a run scored. Ian Fisher, 1 for 4, an RBI and a run scored. Hunter Hicks, 1 for 3 and 1 run scored. Will Kishpa, 1 for 3, 2 RBIs. That was a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 6th inning and a run scored. Tucker Leland, 1 for 3 with an RBI. Austin Herford, 1 for 3 with an RBI. From there, 7, 8, 9, we need to see some hits. We need to see some production from that bottom of the lineup. 0 for 3, Miles Piper. Hunter Giroux 0 for 3. Griffin Mitchell 0 for 3. And make that 0 for 2 for Mitchell. And then Bo Lloyd, who batted there in the bottom of the 7th, 0 for 1. So a lot of 0-fers there in the 7, 8, 9 hitting hole. And the Outlaws need a little more production out of that bottom third of the lineup. We'll see if they can get it in Game 2. It's going to be tough. I think they're going to face Tanner Hanks, who is the ace of the Green River Knights. We may see a quicker ball game, more of a pitching duel, if we get what I'd expect out of Tanner Hanks and Ian Fisher, who will start for the Evanston Outlaws in Game 2. Again, our final score 9-4 in Game 1. Stay tuned for Game 2. It's coming up in just a few minutes here on 99.1 FM on the Big Dog, k-9radio.com. Again, make sure to stay tuned, and we'll have Game 2 for you here between the Green River Knights and the Evanston Outlaws. And if you're not down here, it's a beautiful evening here in Evanston. Come on down, enjoy some baseball, watch and support your American Legion Post 41 baseball team, the Evanston Outlaws. And you can listen at 99.1 FM while you're here at the game. Tune in to the radio and or bring your mobile device and watch us at k-9radio.com. Make sure to stay tuned. Again, final score on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, 9-4. The Outlaws lose in this one to the Green River Knights. This has been the Evanston Outlaws post-game show here on the Big Dog in Country, k-9radio.com. This has been a sports production and sports broadcast of Old West Media Incorporated and Cook Brothers Broadcasting. No portion of this production can be used or rebroadcast without express written consent of Old West Media Incorporated. Once again, our final score on today's Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, 9-4. The Outlaws take the loss. Join us. Stay tuned here. We're going to have Game 2 coming up here in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Right here on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, k-9radio.com and at 99.1 FM.
You've been listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNYN, the Big Dog in Country, with video online at k-9radio.com. Today's game has been brought to you by these Outlaws supporting businesses and individuals. Big O Tires, Castle Rock Chevrolet, Hoover Chiropractic, T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston, Old West Stories and Productions, Dirty Harry's Pet Wash, Old West Design, Telegram to Good Health, Allstate, Casey Cookert Agency, Walmart of Evanston, Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston, Rocky Mountain Massage, Davis Chiropractic, Aspen Grove Nursery, and your scoreboard sponsor for today's broadcast was Uinta Physical Therapy. Thank you for listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNYN, the Big Dog in Country, with video online at k-9radio.com. Big O Tires of Evanston presents Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNYN, the big dog in country, with video online at k-9radio.com. Today's game is brought to you by these supporting businesses and individuals: Big O Tires, Castle Rock Chevrolet, Hoover Chiropractic, T-Bar-S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston, Old West Stories and Productions, Dirty Harry's Pet Wash, Old West Design, Telegram to Good Health, Allstate, Casey Cookert Agency, Walmart of Evanston, Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston, Rocky Mountain Massage, Davis Chiropractic, Aspen Grove Nursery, and your scoreboard sponsor for today's broadcast is Uwinna Physical Therapy. And now it's time for a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNYN, the big dog in country, with video online at k-9radio.com.
Welcome to the Evanston Outlaws pregame show here on Big O Tires of Evanston, presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, and here on k-9radio.com. Today the Outlaws are in Game 2, just moments away, against the Green River Knights, and the opening pitch is scheduled for just a couple of minutes from now. So stay tuned, and we'll have a little bit of a pregame show. We'll recap what happened in Game 1 right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on KNYN, the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, and online at k-9radio.com.
Mom's onboard electronic stability control system was giving us some woes. I don't even know what that means. But he does.
Guys are all fixed and ready to go.
Expert care for your car, so you can trust in more than just your tires.
We've got the selection you need and the friendly service you deserve. Come see us today. Big O Tires, Evanston, Wyoming.
Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Oh, we're just moments away from the opening pitch here in Game 2. In Game 1, the Outlaws lost 9-4 on the Uwinna Physical Therapy scoreboard. And it's, by my count, again, any stats I give you are unofficial, but by my count, the Outlaws let the Green River Knights, or the Knights, got 7 of those 9 runs were unearned. And that's what made the big difference. The Evanston Outlaws and the Green River Knights underway here in Game 2. Isaiah Munoz leading off for the Knights. He'll be in center field. Same spot we saw him in Game 1. And Ian Fisher on the mound for the Outlaws. First pitch is a ball. And now Munoz lays down a bunt down the third base line. Hicks comes up, charging. The throw to first, not quite in time. Isaiah Munoz showing his speed and gets on first with a leadoff bunt. He's a real good leadoff hitter. He led off the first in the first game with a single, then stole second, stole third, and then scored on a home run by Brendan Hopkins. That'll bring Tyler Vendetti, the shortstop, to the plate with no outs. Fisher the move to first. Earlier this season, it was about almost 2 weeks ago, the Outlaws beat Green River 13-0 here in Evanston. And Munoz, again, the move over to first. In that game, Munoz got on base early on. I think it was the first inning, and he was really daring Fisher to try and pick him off, and Fisher did just that. He picked him off at first base. Munoz a short lead right now, though, and again, Fisher the move over there. Fisher real concerned about Munoz there at first. Munoz not taking a big lead so far as he inches out, and here's the pitch to Vendetti up high. Ball 1. Early on here, we're just underway in Game 2 on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, k-9radio.com. 1 ball, no strikes for Tyler Vendetti. Isaiah Munoz led off with a bunt for a single. And there's a 1-0 pitch, and that's in there for strike 1 on the inside half. 1 ball, 1 strike against Tyler Vendetti, the shortstop. In Game 1, Vendetti. Fisher again, the move, throw over to first. In Game 1, Vendetti went 1 for 4, had a double, and also walked once. Now again, Fisher, the throw over to first. That's about 5 times he's thrown over there. And Munoz, again, another quick throw right back there is Munoz. He doesn't waste a lot of time. When the throw goes back, as soon as it leaves the first baseman's hand, he takes his lead. Pitch inside the 1-1, way inside. Vendetti just misses him for ball 2. So Vendetti with 2 balls and a strike. Fisher looking again to throw to Munoz, or the throw over to first, and Will Kishpa over there for the Outlaws in this second game. Munoz back in safe. Fisher glances over there at first again. And now here's the 2-1. Swung on, fouled straight back. And that'll count for strike 2. So the count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Tyler Vendetti. No score. Top of the first on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and no outs. Number 2 hitter, Tyler Vendetti, at the plate. We've already had 1 base hit by Isaiah Munoz, who's on first. Here's the 2-2, fouled back again. Straight at our direction, but hits the backstop. Now, we were expecting Tanner Hanks to start on the mound in this one for the Green River Knights, but it'll be Quentin McKenzie. Here's the throw over to first again. I'm surprised, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Fisher real concerned about Munoz there at first. His lead is, he's not taken a real big lead yet. Now he's headed for second. DeRue, as that exchange from his mitt to his right hand to throw down to second base. The ball squirts loose, and Munoz easily over to second. Not even a play or a throw down to second. 2-2 count for Vendetti. Munoz taking his lead at second, and now Vendetti takes a timeout. Fisher was just taking too long. Vendetti steps back in. Fisher gets the sign, looks to Munoz, and now here's the 2-2. Swung on, foul back, and that's 2 or 3 fouls by Vendetti to stay alive in this at-bat. And now DeRue will go out and have a quick word with Ian Fisher. Outlaws with the loss earlier today at 9-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, dropped to 7-8 overall this season, 0-1 in conference play. Green River Knights, meanwhile, 1-0 in the conference, 9-8 overall, just above 500. So Ian Fisher looking in, glances back at Munoz on second. Here's the pitch, and again fouled back by Vendetti. Kind of had to reach out to get a piece of that one and keep himself alive. It was on that outside corner from Fisher, and Fisher just can't quite seem to retire Vendetti. We'll see what happens on this 2-2 pitch coming up. Munoz, the lead at second. Fisher just watching him, and now a timeout by Vendetti again. I tell you, Munoz is the kind of base runner that really distracts a pitcher. He's real active on the bases. He takes his leads. He fakes like he's going to go early. Here's the 2-2 inside, and that was ball 4. We had a full count, 3-2, and Tyler Vendetti earns a walk. It may have glanced off his side or something, I'm not sure, but he takes his base. And Fisher starting off in a little bit of a jam. Allows the base hit by Isaiah Munoz, and then walks Tyler Vendetti. So runners on first and second. Tanner Hanks at the plate, left fielder, number 16. With no outs, runners on first and second. First pitch for Hanks way up high. And Fisher down 1-0 in the count. Fisher glances at first. Pretty good lead over there for Vendetti. Now Munoz headed for third, and the hit right back to Fisher at the mound. He throws Isaiah Munoz out at third. Quick throw to first, not quite in time to get Hanks, so the Outlaws get the lead runner on the fielder's choice. Tyler Vendetti in at second. Tanner Hanks safe at first, and that'll bring Mike Pelletier to the plate. He hits left, playing first base today. And he's the cleanup hitter for the Knights in this one. Pelletier awaits. Fisher glances at the runners. Big lead there for Vendetti at second, and Fisher didn't like it. He turned around and stepped off the rubber to get Vendetti back to the bag. These base runners really giving Fisher a lot of a headache. Vendetti again, the big lead. Here's the pitch for Pelletier, and that's strike one. Good-looking pitch, fooled Pelletier on the inside corner. Runners on first and second with one out. Top of the first, and here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, throw down to third, and that gets by Hunter Hicks, so that's going to score a run. And the Outlaws with an early error. Runners advance, and it's 1-0 Green River. Tanner Hanks over to third. The pitch was a ball, I believe. And I think it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Mike Pelletier. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Yes, Hunter DeRue throws down to first. They get the out, so there were 2 strikes on Pelletier. He strikes out. The ball got loose from DeRue, so he had to throw down to first. Tanner Hanks stayed at third. Heads-up play by the Evanston Outlaws to keep him there at third. And that'll bring Brendan Hopkins to the plate. Now, Hopkins homered a 2-run shot in the first of Game 1 before getting thrown out of the game in, I believe it was the 5th inning. He'll ground one down the line, third base. Nice play by Hicks. The throw from the corner to corner is there. And a good stretch by Will Kishpaw as the Outlaws get out of the inning. The ground out by Brendan Hopkins. But some damage done. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 runner left on base. The Knights lead 1-0 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Back with the bottom of the first right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic. Traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com.
McKenzie misses outside to the Outlaws' leadoff hitter, Braden McDonald. And then the second pitch in there for strike one, the 1-0. Catches the outside corner, so makes it 1-1. McDonald steps back in, and here's the pitch from McKenzie. Swung on, fouled back. And we saw McKenzie pitch last week in that 2-1 win over the Outlaws on Thursday. He came in late, pitched the last couple of innings. He's got a bit of a sidearm delivery. and he gets a lot of movement coming from the right side, and he tries to hit that outside corner. Here's the 1-2, grounded toward third. Good play by Brendan Hopkins. The throw to first is on target, and McDonald grounds out for 1 down. Brings Ian Fisher. Now let's give you the lineup for the Evanston Outlaws. Ian Fisher on the mound, Hunter DeRue behind the plate, Will Kishpaw at first, Miles Piper at second, Hunter Hicks at third, Braden McDonald at short, Austin Herford in left, Tucker Leland center, Devin Hicks in right field. Batting order is Braden McDonald and Ian Fisher, Hunter Hicks on deck, Will Kishpaw the cleanup. Here's Fisher, big cut, swing and a miss, strike one from Quentin McKenzie. Outlaws really struggled against McKenzie that last week that I mentioned when he pitched came in. Here's Fisher, the grounder down the third base line, just foul. Hopkins goes over there and knocks it down in foul territory. And Ian Fisher down 0-2 in the count. Again, game one loss for the Outlaws, 9-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. In that game, Ian Fisher 1 for 4, an RBI and a run scored. Swings on this one and just slaps it down the right side and past Cale Eslick at second base. Took a funny hop. We're going to give Ian Fisher a single on that one. Again, any stats I give you are unofficial. Stats I keep as we go along. And you know, Eslick, the fact that he even had a chance to field that, he's playing, I mean, he's right in the middle between first and second. He may be even closer to first than he is to second base, where he's lined up. So Ian Fisher on first with 1 out. Hunter Hicks at the plate. Hicks at third. He played at third in game one as well. Went 1 for 3 with a run scored. Hit a triple in the 6th and takes ball 1 from McKenzie. McKenzie glances at first. Fisher comes off the bag slowly, inches out a little bit as McKenzie watches. Now McKenzie turns the throw to first, and Fisher dives back in safe. No problem there for Fisher. He's not taking a real big lead, being fairly cautious. Hicks from the left side of the plate awaits the pitch from McKenzie and fouls it off on a hit and run. Or did he swing and miss? Fouled it off, didn't he? Fisher was headed for second and has to come back to first. So ball and a strike on Hunter Hicks. See if he can do something. The Green River Knights scored a run in the top of the first. They lead 1-0 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. McKenzie, the move over to first. Not a real quick move, but Fisher dives back in, and he's safe. 1-0, Knights on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and boy, Fisher just about got caught there. McKenzie kind of made a funny move and faked Fisher out. Fisher took just a half step towards second before he got back to first and dove back in safe. And now Hicks dribbles one back toward the pitcher, but it's off his foot for a dead ball. And a ball and 2 strikes now on Hunter Hicks. Hicks walking this one off after he took that. No, I know you're not. I'm trying to fix this scoreboard, Cam. It's kind of drifting. I keep fixing it, and then it drifts to the left and gets off target. If you're watching online at k-9radio.com, you see that little bit of movement on that. The Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard camera. McKenzie looking at Fisher. Here's the pitch. Fisher heading on a hit and run, and it gets past Cale Eslick. A base hit by Hunter Hicks. Nicely placed line drive into right center field. And Hunter Hicks, the single, moves Ian Fisher over to third. And the Outlaws with a good opportunity here. Couple of base hits, runners on the corners with 1 out, and Will Kishpaw coming to the plate. Kishpaw in game 1. 1 for 3, struck out in the first, grounded out in the third, and then blasted a home run over the right center field fence. A 2-run shot in the bottom of the 6th inning. Made it 6-4 at that point of the game. The Outlaws went on to lose 9-4. Final score on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Kishpa takes ball 1 up high and outside. Almost wonder if that was a pitch out. Green River thinking Hunter Hicks might be trying to steal second with Ian Fisher on third. Jelina's popped up like he was going to try and throw down to second and then just threw back to McKenzie on the mound. Here's the 0-1, or the 1-0 rather. That misses outside for ball 2. And Will Kishpa up 2-0 in the count. Outlaws 0-1 in conference play after the loss earlier today. Looking to even up that record here in game 2. Now Hicks is headed. Kishpa, high chopper, gets past the third baseman, and Vendetti knocks it down in shallow left field. That's an RBI single for Will Kishpa as Ian Fisher scores. Hunter Hicks in safe at second, and Will Kishpa the single. So the Outlaws get a run scored there, and we're tied at 1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard with Tucker Leland coming to the plate. Leland 1 for 3, an RBI single in the first of game 1. Another opportunity here as he takes strike 1 on the outside corner. It looked like it was, and then the umpire gave such a delayed call on that. He may be giving a verbal call that we're not hearing up here. Here's the 0-1. Leland fouls this one back. And that one came close to taking Tim out through the open window here. Tim even leaned over a little bit to the left. And Tim Benson, my camera guy here, make sure it's right. No balls, 2 strikes on Tucker Leland with runners on first and second. We're tied. 1 out in the bottom of the first. Tied at 1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Quentin McKenzie taking his time. Now sets up, and here's the 0-2. Misses outside. And that's a dangerous pitch. We saw about, I'd say, 3 or 4 of those called for strike 3 against the Outlaws a week ago at Green River. Again, as I mentioned, he's got kind of a sidearm delivery, and he gets a lot of movement coming from his right to the right side of the plate. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Leland, the throw down to third, and Hunter Hicks gunned down trying to steal third base. And that ends the inning right there. Tucker Leland strikes out. Hunter Hicks gunned down at third. And I wonder if that was a hit and run because Leland, that pitch was higher than I think what Leland would have swung at had he not been in that situation. Strikeout, and that's the first strikeout of the ball game for Quentin McKenzie. And that takes us to the second inning. 1 run, 3 hits for the Outlaws. No errors, 1 runner left on base. We're tied at 1 after 1 inning on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of 2 coming up when we come back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com.
I'm a 75-year-old woman who had a low back surgery. After surgery, I had a lot of pain in my left leg. My doctor ordered physical therapy, and I chose Mark Brinkerhoff. He gave me exercises that I could tolerate, and now I have no pain, and I can walk as I always did. Mark seems to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I am very happy with my results.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws able to answer in the bottom of the first inning after Green River scored a run in the top of the first. Evanston with 3 base hits, a single by Ian Fisher, a single by Hunter Hicks, and an RBI single by Will Kishpa. And Ian Fisher scores to tie us up at 1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And For the Green River Knights, we'll have hitters 6, 7, and 8. Blake Jelinas, catcher, number 14. Andrew Munoz, number 11, right fielder. And second baseman, number 4, Cale Eslick, hitting 8th. So Blake Jelinas will lead off. He did well in that first game. He was 2 for 4 and reached on an error in the third as well. Scored in the 5th. First pitch from Fisher way inside, hit by the pitch. Jelinas earns a walk. Not the way you want to start the inning. And that's the second walk of the ball game that Fisher has given up. Blake Jelinas hit by the pitch. So that'll bring Andrew Munoz to the plate with no outs and a runner on first. Fisher taking his time a little bit to get back out on the mound. Release a little frustration here. See if he can control things a little better. Control the pitch. Short lead for Jelinas at first. Fisher glances there, but then just delivers the pitch to Andrew Munoz, dribbler down the first base line, and foul. Kishpaw fields it in foul territory. No balls and a strike on Andrew Munoz. Andrew Munoz in the first game, 1 for 4 with a single and a run scored in the 7th. And his 0-1 pitch up high and inside. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike now. Fisher looks to Jelinas at first, a short lead there, and here's the 1-1. Munoz again, a grounder down the first base line. Kishpaw has it, touches the bag at first. He bobbled it at first. It kind of bounced out of his glove, and he gets the 1 out there, but Jelinas in easily at second with no play. So with 1 out, Cale Eslick will come to the plate. Eslick, a real emotional player. We saw a lot of that emotion come out during all that excitement in the 5th inning of Game 1. He was thrown out of the game, was actually put in handcuffs for a few minutes, and now he's back out to play second base in Game 2. Runner on second, Eslick takes strike 1. Good-looking pitch from Fisher. Outside corner and dropping. That's a pretty much unhittable pitch right there. Eslick started to swing and then just held back, let it go. Here's the 0-1. And this one misses outside a bit high, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Eslick, before getting thrown out of that game, was 0 for 2, but he was hit by a pitch in the 5th and came around to score in that inning. He'll take strike 2 on the outside corner, and Fisher working that outside edge of the plate against a lot of these Green River Knight hitters, batters. Fisher looks back at Jelinas at second. Now back in. Here's the 1-2 up high and inside. Ball 2, and the count is even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fisher looks back to Jelinas. Jelinas fakes like he's running to third. Here's the pitch, the hit to short. McDonald scoops it up. The throw to first is low. Kishpaw can't quite dig it up. And the Outlaws with another error in the ball game. That run in the first inning for the Knights was unearned. They had 7 unearned runs in Game 1. And now Cale Eslick on first after the error there. That moves Blake Jelinas over to third. So we got runners on the corners with 1 out. Hunter DeRue going out to talk with Ian Fisher for a minute and just kind of maybe strategize a little bit about what they want to do against this next batter, Quentin McKenzie. McKenzie did not play in that first game. Actually, he came in late and flew out to right field or to left field. Just came in to bat and then was put in the game after Brennan Hopkin and Cale Eslick were tossed out of the game. We'll see what he does here as he steps in. He's a right-handed hitter. Fisher, the move over to first. Fairly close, just about got Eslick. Got to be careful here because if that, if the throw is not on target, that's going to score the run from third. Blake Jelinas there on third base, taking his lead. Runners on the corners. And a timeout. Quentin McKenzie not liking standing in the batter's box that long. Quentin McKenzie still awaiting his first pitch. Runners on the corners, 1 out, top of the second. Game tied at 1 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the pitch. Hunter DeRue going to throw down for second base as Cale Eslick going on the steal. The throw is way off target. Braden McDonald, who's playing short in this game too, had to come about 10 feet off the bag toward the third base side to get to that throw down to second. The pitch was a strike. Now the 0-1 comes in up high for ball 1. Count even, 1 ball, 1 strike on Quentin McKenzie. Runners on second and third. Jelinas on third, Cale Eslick on second. Jelinas was hit by the pitch, and Eslick reached on an error. Here's the pitch, and outside, or just right inside corner rather. McKenzie takes that for strike 2. Good-looking pitch from Fisher. Just freezes McKenzie. He's kind of looking for that to come in on his elbows, and then it drops out over the plate. And now strike 3 on the outside corner. Ian Fisher, that sidearm delivery. It fools McKenzie and strikes him out. Second strikeout of the game for Fisher. And that brings us back to the top of the lineup, though. With runners on second and third, Isaiah Munoz will step to the plate. Munoz reached on a bunt in the first. Takes strike 1 on the outside corner. And Fisher working that outside corner well if he can keep hitting it. Munoz, real great speed. You see his range out in center field, and again reached on a bunt in the first. He takes ball 1 inside. That looked close, but just off the plate. Ball 1. And a ball and a strike to Isaiah Munoz. 2 outs, top of the second. Runners on second and third. Fisher trying to get out of this jam. Here's the 1-1 for Munoz. He reaches out and just gets a piece of it off the end of his bat. That off-speed pitch. Boy, that pitch seemed like it took forever to get in there. And Munoz probably thought the same thing. He barely got a piece of it. Fouls it off for strike 2. Ball and 2 strikes. We'll see what Fisher does here. Runners on second and third with 2 outs. Fisher winds up. Here's the 1-2. Fires it right by the strikeout. Isaiah Munoz goes down swinging, and Fisher gets out of the inning. His second strikeout of the inning, third of the game. With runners on second and third, Fisher strikes out the last 2 batters for the Green River Knights. So no runs, no hits, 1 error, 2 runners left on base for the Knights in the top of the second. Bottom of the second coming up, the Outlaws will have the bottom of the order, 6, 7, 8. Austin Herford, Miles Piper, Devin Hicks coming up when we come back in the bottom of the second inning right after this. It's 1-1 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard, and we'll be back in just a moment on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com, and at 99.1 FM.
Mom's onboard electronic stability control system was giving us some woes. I don't even know what that means. But he does.
Guys are all fixed and ready to go.
Expert care for your car, so you can trust in more than just your tires.
We've got the selection you need and the friendly service you deserve. Come see us today. Big O Tires, Evanston, Wyoming.
Big O Tires, the team you trust.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design. helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws tied at 1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard with the Green River Knights. And, boy, that top of the second inning, I was getting a little nervous. An error and a batter hit by a pitch. We had 2 runners on with no outs, or with just 1 out. But then Fisher strikes out McKenzie, strikes out Isaiah Munoz, and gets himself out of the jam with no runs scored for the Knights. Leading off the bottom of the second inning, Austin Hereford takes strike 1 down low and on the outside corner. Hereford steps back in on the right side. They're from the he's a right-handed hitter. Swing and miss. Strike 2. Good-looking pitch there from Quentin McKenzie. Off speed, and Hereford out in front of it. So Hereford down 0-2 in the count. We've seen McKenzie do that when he's had success against the Outlaws so far. He's getting up on the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Hereford, high chopper down the third base line, just foul. It was right on the line, and it took a hop about midway between home plate and third and just bounced right out toward the third base dugout. So Hereford with the foul ball, and he was sprinting down to first base. It was a high hopper. He was about to first base by the time that took that funny bounce. And he'll come back, grab the bat, choke up a little bit, and step in with an 0-2 count. McKenzie looking in. And here's the 0-2. Sidearm delivery. Hereford starts the swing but holds back and takes it inside for ball 1. A ball and 2 strikes. On deck for the Outlaws, Miles Piper, second baseman, number 23. Here's the 1-2. Outside, just misses, ball 2. That's one of those ones that, as I've mentioned in the first inning, McKenzie has that little bit of a sidearm delivery, and he comes across that outside corner. Now Hereford, swing and a miss, strike 3 on the 2-2 pitch. And McKenzie strikes out his second of the ball game. Brings Miles Piper to the plate with 1 out in the bottom of the second. The Outlaws and the Knights tied at 1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Knights earned the win in the first game, 9-4, on the back of 7 unearned runs in the ball game. And now Piper lines one right back up the middle. Great base hit by Miles Piper. Saw the pitch he wanted and just hit it right back up the middle. Lined it over the infield's heads, and he's on first with a single. Devin Hicks coming to the plate. We haven't seen Devin Hicks in a game for a couple of weeks. He went to field the ball with his bare hand and hit his middle finger? So he's getting back into the lineup now, playing right field. Ground ball back up the middle. Vendetti loses the handle on it. Piper slides in safe at second. Hicks puts the ball in play, and an error helps the Outlaws advance the runners. Would have been a tough play for Vendetti, but we'll call it an error. And believe it or not, I didn't record an error for the Green River Knights in that first game. Outlaws, meanwhile, had at least 5. And that's really what made the big difference in Game 1 with the Green River Knights win. Runners on first and second with just 1 out. Bottom of the second, Outlaws trying to make something happen. Hunter DeRue at the plate, swing and a miss, strike 1. McKenzie throws right. Hunter DeRue bats right. DeRue in the first game, 0 for 3. A couple of strikeouts and a fly out to center field. Here's the 0-1. That one misses down in the dirt. Bounces skips in the dirt just behind the plate. Miles Piper on second. Devin Hicks on first. DeRue steps back in with a 1-1 count. Here's the 1-1. DeRue squaring around, showing bunt. Can't get on it. The catcher, Blake Jelinas, throws down to second as Austin Hereford, or Miles Piper, was halfway to third, expecting that bunt to get laid down. So the count now, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hunter DeRue steps back in. after missing on that bunt. Swing and a miss, strike three. Chase one up high. McKenzie, the third strikeout of the game. And that puts us at the top of the lineup with Braden McDonald. Grounded out to third in the to lead off the first inning. Outlaws with runners on first and second with 2 outs now in the bottom of the second inning. We're tied at 1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and Braden McDonald takes a pitch way inside. He tried to hop and skip his way away from it, but couldn't get away, and he's hit by the pitch. Well, we've already had 3 batters hit by a pitch in this ball game, and that loads the bases. As Miles Piper moves over to third, Devin Hicks on second. Braden McDonald, just hit by the pitch, moves to first. Bright and sunny evening here at Evanston, American Legion ball field. And Ian Fisher at the plate takes strike one on the outside corner. Tough pitch to try and swing at, and Fisher didn't want to, let it go. Perfect placement by McKenzie. Here's the 0-1. Fisher swings at it and fouls it back, so he's down 0-2 in the count now. Bases loaded with 2 outs. Golden opportunity here for the Outlaws to try and pick up their first lead of the day. They did not lead in Game 1, and they are tied at 1 right here in Game 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 0-2. Misses outside. Nice job by Jelinas to knock it down, keep it in front, and keep the base runners where they are. Bases loaded with Miles Piper on third, Devin Hicks on second, Braden McDonald on first. A ball and 2 strikes for Ian Fisher, who's choked up a little bit. Trying to put the ball in play here with 2 outs. Swings, hard ground ball to third. Hopkin, easy play. It bounced right to about chest level, and he'll make the throw to first and end the inning. So both pitchers in the second innings getting in a little bit of a jam, but they get themselves out of it. Ian Fisher grounds out with the bases loaded. And headed for the top of the third. We're tied at 1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Outlaws with no runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 3 runners left on base. That's not a number you want to hear. Not a number that's going to help you win ball games. 1-1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of 3 coming up when we come back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on KNYN 99.1 FM, The Big Dog. You can watch online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, The Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, The Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws got 3 runners on base. They had it with just 2 outs. Or they had 2 runners on with 2 outs, and then Braden McDonald hit by a pitch with 2 outs. The bases were loaded and then unable to get anything going, as Ian Fisher grounds out to third, and a missed opportunity. But we're tied at 1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Green River Knights will be right near the beginning of their lineup, near the top of the lineup. Tyler Vendetti, he's number 2 hitter. Number 6, the shortstop. And then we'll have Tanner Hanks, left fielder, and Mike Pelletier, the first baseman, due up 1, 2, 3 in this inning. Top of the third, Vendetti starts to swing, holds back, and takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Fisher He's liking that outside corner, and it's working pretty well for him so far. Here's the 0-1. And he fires it right through, down low in the strike zone. Just barely caught that low end. And Vendetti's down 0-2 in the count. He'll choke up here and try to put something in play. Fisher winds up the 0-2, swung on, fouled back. We're seeing Fisher more and more deliver that sidearm submariner delivery. And he struck out, who was it? Was it Quentin McKenzie? He struck out with it, used it to strike McKenzie out in the second. Here's the 0-2, and again, off the tip of the bat, Vendetti fouls it toward the first base dugout and stays alive. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Fisher. Again, fouled off. This one right at the first base dugout. And Kishpa, Coach Kishpa, kind of steps out of the dugout trying to field it and bounces off him over to Stub Hatfield, head coach of the Green River Knights. Again, 0-2. Here's the pitch. Up high, misses ball 1. Fisher trying that sidearm delivery again, but he misses that time. So a ball and 2 strikes for Vendetti. He's fouled 3 or 4 of them off, and here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Fisher gets him with the breaking ball outside, and Fisher has now struck out 4. That'll bring Tanner Hanks to the plate. Hanks reached on a fielder's choice in the first. And he'll take ball 1 outside down low. One ball game here in Evanston on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Knights won the first game 9-4. And here's the 1-0 pitch for Hanks. Swings and tips it back toward Blake Jelinas, who is on, or Mike Pelletier rather, who's on deck for the Knights. Hanks steps back in, a ball and a strike. Fisher winds up. Here's the 1-1. And he swings, reaches out trying to get that one. He'd started to swing and the ball was breaking outside, and he just had to kind of lunge out there and try to get a piece of it. Couldn't get there, and it's a ball and 2 strikes from Fisher. Ian winds up. Here's the 1-2, and Hanks, a slow fly ball or pop-up. And Miles Piper makes the catch at second. Easy play there for Piper. Routine pop-up. And 2 down with Mike Pelletier to the plate. He struck out in the first. He steps to the, he's a left-handed hitter. A little bit of a different look, and Hunter DeRue goes out to talk with Ian Fisher about the strategy for pitching against Pelletier. On deck is Brendan Hopkins, third baseman. Pelletier steps in, kind of crowding the plate a little bit. Pitch, hit down the third base line. Hunter Hicks charges. It bounces high right into him, and he throws to first. It's a bit high. Kishpa doesn't get up to it. And that lets Pelletier get on base. Kishpa, I think he underestimated how high that throw was coming in, and it went in just kind of through his glove. So that gets a runner on with 2 outs in the top of the 3rd inning. Tie score at 1-1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Brendan Hopkins to the plate, and he'll take strike 1 on the outside corner from Ian Fisher. A strikeout, a pop out to second base, and then an error. We have 2 outs in the top of 3. Hopkins turns on this one and fouls it back, straight up high and far over the backstop. And he's down 0-2 in the count, so now Fisher can see if he can try to get him to chase one. With no balls and 2 strikes, Hopkins steps back in and waits. Fisher glances to first, real short lead. Now Pelletier headed for second. DeRue, the throw down there, and the Outlaws not covering. Boy, they're falling asleep, and the throw just goes right through second base. McDonald and Piper both just kind of sitting in their positions at second and short. And Pelletier on the throw that goes into center field is over to third. The pitch was a ball. So a ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs, runner on third. And here's the 1-2, misses. And it gets past Daru. Pelletier thought about coming in, but Daru kept it in front of him. He just kind of knocked it down and skipped over toward the third base dugout. So Pelletier stays at third, and that's ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, an even count on Brennan Hopkins. Fisher back to the rubber. Let's get focus on this batter and just get him out. He'll wind up the 2-2 inside, ball 3, a full count. Fisher had him down 0-2. Now he's worked it to a full count with 2 outs, runner on third base. Tie score at 1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Lights have come on here at Evanston. And here's the full count. Pitch inside, just misses the corner. Fisher can't believe it. He thought it was strike 3. I did too from where I am, but it's ball 4 instead. Hopkins earns the walk, and we have runners on the corners. That's the 3rd walk of the game for Fisher. 2 walks and one batter hit by a pitch. And that batter that was hit by a pitch, Blake Jolinas, he is at the plate now. He was hit by the pitch in the 2nd, and he'll step in with runners on the corners and 2 outs. Again, he hit the ball well, 2 for 4 and a run scored in the first game. First pitch, down in the dirt, ball 1. Good dig by Hunter Daru as that skipped right about on the plate, and he just dug it right out. 1 ball, no strikes with 2 outs here. Again, Fisher in a bit of a jam. Runners on the corners, and Blake Jolinas, number 6 hitter at the plate. Fisher taking his time, and now Jolinas takes the timeout. He'll step back in. Outlaw outfielders playing a bit deep except in right field. Devin Hicks a little more shallow than the other 2 in center and left. Fisher looking in, glances at the runners on first and third. And now here's the pitch. Outside, it gets past Hicks, or past Daru rather, and that's a pass ball that's going to score a run. That's been the theme of the day, is pass balls and errors that the Knights able to score on. Mike Pelletier scores. Brennan Hopkins over to second. And now again the Knights with a runner in scoring position in Blake Jolinas with 2 balls and no strikes. 2-1, Knights with the lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 2-0 pitch, up high, misses, ball 3. Now Fisher down 3-0 in the count. Will step back up onto the mound. Try to refocus. Taking his time, now he's back up on the rubber. Jolinas, a few practice swings, steps in. Fisher glances back at second, the runner there, and now pitches. Hits the corner outside, strike 1 for Jolinas. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Top of the 3rd inning. The Knights with 2 unearned runs in this one. And they lead 2-1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And now ball 3 just misses, or ball 4 rather, just misses inside. And Fisher has walked 2 consecutive batters. He's got 4 walks in the ballgame to go along with his 4 strikeouts, and just can't quite get out of this inning. Andrew Munoz to the plate now, grounded out to first, back in the 2nd inning. And he has an opportunity here for the Knights with runners on first and second. His first pitch, ground ball, sharply hit toward second. McDonald will make the throw to first. A good stretch by Kishpaw, and he gets him out. Boy, long stretch for Will Kishpaw there at first. He may have caught the ball and then got his toe back on the bag to get that out. So the 6-3 ground out ends the inning, but the Knights able to do some damage. 1 run, no hits. They still 2 runs in the ballgame, just 1 hit. Both runs unearned at this point. 1 error in that inning. The Outlaws now with 3 errors in this ballgame. And 2 runners left on base for the Knights. Bottom of the 3rd coming up when we come back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog. 99.1 FM and watch online at k-9radio.com.
This This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball. Online on KNYN, the big dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic. Traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the big dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws trail 2-1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and Hunter Hicks will lead off the bottom of the third inning. He'll take ball one up high and outside from Quentin McKenzie, who's given up 4 hits to the Outlaws, just 1 run, though. Hicks, line high, fly ball into right center field, and Andrew Munoz drops it. He had a play on it. He called off Isaiah Munoz coming over from center field and drops it. So Hunter Hicks reaches on the error by the right fielder. Hicks had a single in the first, and now he's on second base. He just kept going, hoping that ball would be dropped. And the Knights now with 2 errors in the ball game. Hicks on second in scoring position with no outs, and Will Kishpaw at the plate. Kishpaw 1-for-1, an RBI single in the first. Again, he also had a home run in the first game. Big cut there, looking for another round trip. Swings and misses. Kishpaw down 0-1 in the count. And he'll step back in. Short lead for Hicks at second. Here's the pitch from McKenzie, and that gets past Jelinas. And Hicks in standing up. Jelinas does not even throw down to third base. So now the Outlaws with a great opportunity to tie it up here at least. Runner on third with no outs, and Will Kishpaw with a 1-1 count. Bottom of the third inning, Outlaws trail 2-1 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Game 2, Kishpaw ducks down and takes ball 2 up behind him. Green River Knights earned the win 9-4 in the first game on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, and Knights with 7 unearned runs in that ball game. Outlaws with too many errors so far. Kishpaw reaches out, swings, and hits the 1-2, or the 2-1 to shortstop, and beats the throw. Big stretch by Pelletier at first, but that it was a slow ground ball to Vendetti deep in the hole, and Kishpaw beats it out. The RBI single, his second of the ball game, and the Outlaws have tied it up as Hunter Hicks comes across the plate to score. We're tied at 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Tucker Leland to the plate now, and McKenzie, that move to first is just like, it's almost like I don't really care if I'm even going to be close to trying to get you. It's just like, I got to do this because my coach says to or something. Here's Kishpaw heading for second. The line drive into right field by Leland down the right field line. That's going to get Kishpaw over to third base. Coach Kishpaw giving him the line or the green light initially, and he gets the score. Coach Kishpaw had told him to stop, but the throw was off target, and Will Kishpaw scores. So Tucker Leland, it's a single, but he gets over to second on the throw to home. Leland with an RBI single, and the Outlaws, for the first time today in this doubleheader, lead. They're ahead on the scoreboard, 3-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. 2 RBI singles in a row for the Outlaws. And now Austin Hereford to the plate. He struck out in the second, takes ball 1 outside. Bottom of the third inning, the Outlaws with already 3 runs on 2 hits. Hunter Hicks led off. He reached on an error, and then RBI singles by Will Kishpaw and Tucker Leland. Here's the pitch, the 0-1 for Hereford. He's showing bunt, pulls back as the pitch comes in outside and low. And it's out there down out of the strike zone for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. No outs in the bottom of the third inning. And the Outlaws ahead 3-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Tucker Leland over at second base, taking his lead. Quentin McKenzie looks back there. Now here's the pitch. Again, Hereford showing bunt. Leland headed down for third. The throw down there. It's right in the sun from Jelinas, and Hopkins just turns his head away from the sun, lets it go into left field. The error. And the Outlaws score another one. Tucker Leland had stolen second, came around to score, stolen third, and then came around to score on that error. And that, Hopkins just blinded by the light on that one. Meanwhile, the pitch was a ball, so it's 3 balls, no strikes for Austin Hereford. He's up 3-0 in the count. Miles Piper on deck. Pitch for Hereford misses. Nope. Strike 1 up high in the strike zone, outside. Hereford steps back in, 3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch from McKenzie, and Hereford chases one up high. That one almost a little bit higher than the last one that was called for strike 1. So now the count full. Again, Hereford struck out in the second, so he's 0 for 1 so far. And here's the 3-1. High fly ball into right center field. The 2 Munoz brothers converge, and Andrew, the right fielder, makes the catch this time. And Hereford goes down with the fly out to right. Miles Piper now to the plate with 1 out. I was going to say 2 outs, and then 1 out. So Miles Piper singled in the second, and he'll step back in. Outlaws lead 4-2, and Piper takes ball 1 inside and up high, right about on his hands. 1 down in the bottom of the third, and the Outlaws ahead by 2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 1-0 outside corner. Yes. That delayed call from the umpire. A lot of times he just, if it's a ball, he won't give any signal. And then if it's a strike, it takes him 2 or 3 seconds to get that hand up there and say strike. So Piper scoots forward, just kind of hops toward the plate as the pitch comes in behind him on the 1-1, makes it 2 balls, 1 strike. McKenzie feeling a little bit of heat out there on the mound, takes the hat off, puts it back on. The delivery down low in the dirt, ball 3, 3 balls, 1 strike. He's having a little control problems. He pitched 3 straight balls to Austin Hereford on the last at bat, and Hereford chased one up high, or else he would have walked. Here's the 3-1 for Piper, and that hits the outside corner, and now a full count once again. Devin Hicks on deck for the Outlaws, who lead 4-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. McKenzie, the pitch, outside corner, got it. Piper was starting to head for first on the walk, but instead he's headed for the dugout, and McKenzie's 4th strikeout of the game. Devin Hicks to the plate now. And there's that pitch right there, I'm sure, was what I've talked about. McKenzie, a bit of a sidearm delivery, and it crosses the front corner of the plate. And by the time the catcher catches it, it's way outside, but it catches that front outside corner. Ball 1 to Devin Hicks. Hicks steps back in. He reached on an error by the shortstop in the second, and now takes ball 2 outside. 2 balls, no strikes for Devin Hicks, right fielder for the Evanston Outlaws, who lead 4-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bottom of the third. Here's the 2-0 way outside and down low, and McKenzie, he's gotten down in the count 3-0 against his last couple batters. Came back and got Austin Hereford to fly out to right, struck out Miles Piper, and now with 2 outs, Devin Hicks swings on the 3-0, misses, strike 1. I think that's the first time I've seen anybody swing away on a 3-0 pitch in a couple of years. It was a strike. I mean, it was a good pitch. Here's the 3-1. Hicks grounds it back up the middle. Vendetti dives, not going to get to it. Even if he had, Hicks would have been safe with the single at first. Not, not great contact, but he placed it well right back up the middle. Where, as I mentioned, even if Vendetti had gotten to it, he wouldn't have had time to throw Hicks out at first. So Hicks on base. He's 2 for 2 on base percentage today. Again, reached on an error in the second. So that'll bring Hunter DeRue to the plate. And DeRue struck out in the second. In game 1, he went 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts. And he's due for to get things back on track from the plate. McKenzie the throw to first. And again, just kind of a lazy throw over there. Almost like I got to do this, so let's do it once or twice. He glances over to first. Short lead for Hicks. Now he inches out, and here's a much quicker move. Now McKenzie putting a little heat on it. Gets the throw over there. Pelletier having a hard time picking the ball up off the dirt. And Hicks just stays on the bag waiting. And McKenzie showing he does have a little quickness to throw that pickoff move to first when he wants to. He looks over there again. Short lead for Hicks this time. And, DeRue chases one way up above his head. Hicks, the throw down to first. Hicks slides in back at first, now heads for third and takes a funny slide into second. So the pitch was delivered. DeRue swung at it way up above his head. And then Jelinas threw down to first to try and get Hicks, who was pretty far off the bag. The throw was off target, went into right field, and Hicks over to second base. So a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Outlaws leading 4-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And Hunter DeRue down 0-1 in the count. Here's the 0-1 pitch from McKenzie, way outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. I almost wonder if that last pitch from McKenzie was had been called a hit and run with DeRue chasing it that high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch, up high, ball 2. About neck level on DeRue. Good thing he didn't chase that one, right? 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 outs for the Outlaws. A runner on second, Devin Hicks. He's headed for third. Again, a hit and run as DeRue swings at one. He probably wasn't going to get. And now Devin Hicks thought the throw had gone into left field, heads for home. Jelinas had just faked the throw, and Hicks is tagged out on his way for home. I think he thought the throw was made and had gone into left field. So a base running gaffe by the Outlaws, but they do get some things done in that third inning. 3 runs on 2 hits, a couple of errors by the Green River Knights, and no runners left on base for the Outlaws, who lead 4-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the 4th coming up when we come back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog. 99.1 FM, KNYN, and you can watch online at k-9radio.com.
And now, Kay Rossiter talks about her physical therapy experience working with Mark Brinkerhoff at Uinta Physical Therapy.
I had both of my knees replaced at the same time a little bit over a year ago, and Mark was my therapist, and he put me through some really strange things, but it must have worked because I was back at work in less than 3 weeks, and when I went for my 6-month checkup to my surgeon, I was at a point where I should have been at a year. I would recommend Mark Brinkerhoff and Uinta Physical Therapy to anyone.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog, at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws, a few runs there in the bottom of the 3rd. Green River had 1 run in the top of the 3rd to take a 2-1 lead. Outlaws answer in the bottom of 3 with 3 runs rather. and take the lead 4-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Heading for the top of the 4th inning. Again, Green River took the win in the first game, 9-4. Outlaws with 6 hits already in this second game. They had 7 in the first game. Now look to keep swinging away. Ian Fisher on the mound for Evanston. He's struck out 4, but he's also walked 4. And one of those hit by a pitch. So he's a little bit of control issues, but he's done a good job to get himself out of any jams that he's gotten into so far. See if he can settle down a little bit more here in the top of the 4th. Hunter Daru behind the plate, and again that throw down to second. Gets through a couple of Outlaws, and you get to this part of a doubleheader, the middle innings, and with a 2-run lead, it takes some focus. Outlaws really need to focus in here and make sure to continue to play good, clean baseball. They can't let up at this point. You've played a game and a half, and you're starting to maybe feel a little bit tired and ready to go get some dinner or whatever it may be. But they've really got to focus in here and keep in the game. Cale Eslick will lead off the top of the 4th. Takes ball 1 up high. He reached on an error in the second, but didn't get very far after that because the inning ended on 2 strikeouts following him. He'll take ball 1 outside. Or ball 2, thank you. Ball 2 way out there. And with nobody on, Hunter Daru behind the plate, not real concerned about letting that ball get past him. Eslick steps back in. Second baseman, number 4, and here's the 2-0 pitch way up high from Fisher, shaking his head because he knows he let that one go too high. It's ball 3. And Eslick, without any effort, is up 3-0 in the count. Fisher walks around, shakes his arm out, and now winds up for the 3-0. Strike 1, down low. Barely caught that strike zone on the inside corner, down just at knee level for Eslick, who steps back in now. 3 balls, 1 strike. And here's the pitch from Fisher. Swing and a miss. That was a good-looking pitch right there. Get one more of those and retire Eslick here. It's a full count now, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Eslick steps back in. Full count. Here's the pitch from Fisher. The windup and misses outside, ball 4. So Fisher with 5 walks, 4 strikeouts in this ball game, and Cale Eslick leads off with the walk. That'll bring Quentin McKenzie to the plate, the pitcher. And each of the 3 innings, or 4 innings so far, well, in 3 of the 4, the leadoff runner has gotten on base. The leadoff batter has gotten on base. Eslick will have a pinch runner here. He hurt his right arm somehow. And it was almost like on that pitch that he swung and missed at, the 3-1. Not sure if he just tweaked it or what, but on his shoulder. So a pinch runner for Eslick on first. And I'm trying to see. I haven't been able to catch the number of that player. McKenzie at the plate with no outs. First pitch, fouled back. I was starting to say we're in the top of the 4th inning here. In now, because after walking Cale Eslick in 3 of these 4 innings, the Knights have gotten their first batter on base. A bunt by Isaiah Munoz in the first. Blake Jelinas hit by a pitch to start the second. Now Fisher, the move over to first, just about got number 12. That is McCaden Mikesell. Mikesell started in right field in game 1 for the Knights. Fisher looking in, and here's the 0-1 for McKenzie. He'll take strike 2 on the outside corner. So no balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Top of the 4th inning, Outlaws leading 4-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Fisher Glances at first, now the throw over to Mike Sell, and Kishpaw thought he had him for a second there, I think. Not as close as he may have thought. Mike Sell back in safe. That was a good throw from Fisher, just where you want it to be, down low, right where he can make that quick tag. And now Mike Sell heading for second. DeRue, the throw down there, right on target, and they got him. Great tag. Braden McDonald there coming over from short, and they catch Mike Sell trying to steal. A great throw by Hunter DeRue, and that clears the bases. One down, and I think it was ball one. So 1 ball, 2 strikes for Quentin McKenzie. The pitch came in a little outside. Here's the 1-2, just misses outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Top of the 4th inning, Outlaws with a 2-run lead, 4-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 2-2, and that one's way down low, bounced about a couple of feet out in front of the plate. And now the count is full. We've had a full count against, I believe, the last 4, now 5 batters for the Green River Knights. And now McKenzie chases one up high. That should have been walk number 6 for Fisher. Instead, it's strikeout number 5. And McKenzie's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Fisher somehow got McKenzie to chase that one. Isaiah Munoz to the plate now. He's 1 for 2. A bunt to lead off in the first and then struck out in the second. First pitch outside, just missed low. Looked like it was on that outside corner, but it was a bit low. Down below knee level for Isaiah Munoz. Munoz steps back in, top of the lineup for the Green River Knights, and swings that, pops one up high. Boy, he hits it a mile high. Miles Piper goes back, backs up a little further, and then misses it. Just let it go. Well, I don't know what happened, if there was a miscommunication out there. He was backing up like he was going to go get it, and then all of a sudden just stopped and let it drop. Devin Hicks was there. If Piper had just, if Hicks had called him off and come in to actually make the play, he could have been there to make it. But instead, the Outlaws, boy, it's becoming a trend. 2-out error, gets a runner on base. Isaiah Munoz. Now Fisher, the throw over to first. Munoz back in. And then, this is the base runner you don't want on the base pass because he's so fast and he really gets in a pitcher's head. Tyler Vendetti takes ball 1. I'm not sure where that missed. Must have been a little bit high. So 1 ball, no strikes. Munoz at first. A short lead now, but he inches out. Fisher glances back there. The quick move over to first. Fairly close, but Munoz back in safe. And he takes his lead once again. Tyler Vendetti, 1 ball, no strikes. Munoz inching out. Fisher looking back, and now a timeout for Vendetti. Fisher real concerned about Munoz there at first base with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Fisher again looking to Munoz and got him at first. Munoz can't believe it, and Coach Stub Hatfield throws his helmet on the field. He can't believe it either. He's got some words for the field umpire. I'll tell you, Munoz, though, he just dares the pitcher to do that, and that's the second time that's happened. Fisher caught Munoz a couple of weeks ago when the Knights played here. Kind of the same situation. Munoz on first and caught trying to take a big lead. So that ends the inning right there. Fisher walked the first, but they get Cale Eslick. The runner was McCaden Mikesell trying to steal second. Then Quentin McKenzie strikes out, and Isaiah Munoz reaches on an error and then gets picked off at first. No runs, no hits, 1 error, no runners left on base. Outlaws will be down near at the bottom of the lineup. Hunter DeRue will be back up. And then we'll go to the top of the lineup when we come back in the bottom of the 4th, right after this, on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog. 99.1 FM, KNYN, with video live online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Evanston Outlaws lead 4-2, bottom of the fourth inning on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Hunter DeRue back to the plate, and he takes ball one high and away. DeRue, I think, if I remember right, he was down a ball and 2 strikes when Devin Hicks stole third and then got caught trying to come home on a trick play by Blake Jelinas, the catcher. DeRue takes ball 2 down low. Jelinas faked the throw to third, and third baseman Brennan Hopkins kind of jumped up and looked into left field like the throw had gotten by him, and Hicks was fooled, headed for home, and got tagged by Jelinas. Hunter DeRue takes ball, strike one on the outside corner. Looked a bit high for DeRue's height, but umpire calls it strike one. 2 balls, 1 strike. DeRue chases one outside. Great-looking pitch from McKenzie. Really fooled DeRue. It just dropped out underneath him as it crossed the plate. And now the count is even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Braden McDonald on deck, leadoff hitter for the Outlaws, and DeRue takes ball 3 way outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count, and the Outlaws lead 4-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard here, bottom of the fourth inning. Outlaws with a 2-run lead. They lost the first game 9-4. Here's the 2-2 pitch for DeRue. Ground ball to the right side. Eslick. No, that's not Eslick. The throw to first and get him out. That's Tanner Hanks at first base, or second base now. Eslick, again on that swing earlier, kind of appeared to hurt his shoulder. And so Tanner Hanks is on second. I believe it's McCaden Mikesell in left now. And that'll bring us to the top of the lineup and Braden McDonald. McDonald swings on the first one, high fly ball into center field. Isaiah Munoz doesn't move, then takes about 4 steps in to make the catch. And we have 2 down. McDonald, pretty good connection with it, but just put it a little too high in the air and straight center field. Easy play for Isaiah Munoz. Brings Ian Fisher to the plate with 2 outs. Bottom of the fourth inning, Outlaws leading 4-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the first pitch for Fisher, high and inside, ball 1. Fisher, 1 for 2 in this one, a single, and he scored a run in the first, grounded out to third in the second. Had the bases loaded with 2 outs and grounded out to third. Here's the 1-0. Inside, just missed. Ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes for Ian Fisher. Steps back in and waits. Ball 3 outside. Again, 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth, and the Outlaws with a 2-run lead. Most of the field, the entire field, in shadow now, so that's going to help that left side of the infield and outfield a little bit for both teams. Fisher taking all the way, strike 1, down low. That looked like ball 4 to me. It looked below knee level for Fisher, but umpire liked it from where he's sitting. It's strike 1. Here's the 3-1 pitch for Fisher. High fly ball into deep center field. Isaiah Munoz going back. I don't know if he's going to have room, and Fisher takes it out. The home run, what does that say, 385 in center field, Tim? 385 plus. Ian Fisher cranks it. And he gets a free round trip around the bases. The Outlaws lead 5-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. Second home run of the ball game, or of the day, 365 at center field. Second home run of the day. Will Kishpaw had a 2-run shot in the 6th inning of Game 1, and now Ian Fisher takes it deep to straightaway center field. And the Outlaws lead 5-2 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. A two-out homer by Ian Fisher. And now Hunter Hicks trying to match it. Swings and misses on his first pitch from Quentin McKenzie. Hicks steps back in. Nobody on with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. Hicks swings and pops it up high down the third base line. Hopkins goes over, settles under it, makes the catch in foul territory, and Hunter Hicks pops out. But the Outlaws able to do a little damage here in the bottom of the 4th. Ian Fisher, a solo home run, makes it 5-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Outlaws with the lead of 3, a 3-run lead. Top of the 5th coming up here in just a minute. When we come back, the Green River Knights will be at the numbers 2, 3, and 4 hitters, Tyler Vendetti, Tanner Hanks, and Mike Pelletier. When we come back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog, K-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at K-9radio.com.
Outlaws with a solo home run by Ian Fisher in the bottom of the 4th inning to extend the lead to 3 runs, 5-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the 5th inning, and the top of the lineup, real close to it anyways. Shortstop number 6, Tyler Vendetti. 0 for 1 in this one. A strikeout in the 3rd, walked and scored in the 1st. Vendetti steps in. He's a right-handed hitter and swings on the first one. High fly or a line drive into center field, right center field. That's going to drop. Tucker Leland comes over and gets it off one hop. And now, for the 4th time in 5 innings, the Green River Knights have the leadoff hitter on base. Only 2 of those, well, half of those have been base hits. The other half have been walks that the batters have earned. So Vendetti on first, Tanner Hanks, now second baseman, to the plate. He hits right as well. Throw over to first. Vendetti, not a big lead, so he's back in easily. These Knights really like to steal. They got a lot of stolen bases today, and in the matchups against the Outlaws this season. Vendetti, pretty good lead. And Daru, boy, it's a pitch out. Daru, in the exchange between his mitt and his hand, just loses the handle on it, and that gets Vendetti over to second base with no play. Vendetti wasn't even trying to steal, but when that ball got away from Daru, he headed over for second. Here's the pitch for Hanks outside, misses for ball 2 rather. 2 balls, no strikes, and a runner in scoring position with no outs. Top of the 5th inning, Outlaws lead 5-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Fisher looking back at Vendetti, who inches back toward the bag. Now comes back out, away from second. And here's the pitch, way up high and inside on Hanks. Over his head. Daru had no chance to even get up to that one. And it misses badly. Ball 3. And Vendetti on the pass ball over to third. Second pass ball that's advanced runners so far in this second game. We had 4 or 5 of them in the first game, and runners scored a couple of times. So Hanks with a 3-0 count. Here's the 3-0 from Fisher. That's easy, strike 1. Hanks taking all the way, and Fisher just finding the strike zone there. So now 3 balls and 1 strike with no outs, a runner on third. Focus in on this batter here. Here's the 3-0 and an off-speed pitch. Hanks just gets a tip of it. It bounces back up and gets him right in the gut. But he scoops it up and just tosses it back to Fisher on the mound, and it's a full count after that foul ball. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Big lead for Vendetti at third. Here's the pitch, way up high. Ball 4. Runners on the corners with no outs. Mike Pelletier to the plate. 0 for 2 in this one. He struck out in the first, but reached on an error in the third, and he scored in that third inning. When he steps back in, he's a left-handed hitter and awaits the pitch from Fisher. Expect Hanks to head for second base on this pitch. He does, and Pelletier swings and misses. DeRue cocks back like he's going to throw to second, seeing if he can fool Vendetti down at third. Vendetti not buying it. He stays put, and Hanks in at second base with a stolen base. Mike Pelletier swung and missed at that pitch, so he's down 0-1 in the count. Here's the 0-1 from Fisher, and Leland makes the catch at second, or Piper rather. It was a line drive, kind of a slow hit line drive, and Piper came over to make the catch. So 1 out. In the top of the 5th, runners on second and third. And both runners stayed put with that infield line drive caught by Miles Piper, and that'll bring us to Brendan Hopkins. 0 for 1 in game 2. Ground out to third and a walk in the third inning. He was 1 for 3 in the first game, a 2-run homer in the first inning. He hasn't had a hit since that lead or that first inning home run. Takes strike 1. Good looking pitch from Fisher there. Hopkins started to move back and out of the way, but then the pitch curved over the plate for strike 1. Here's the 0-1, and that one drops, just misses. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 down, top of the 5th. Outlaws lead 5-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. But the Knights threatening here, knocking on the door. They got runners on second and third. And just 1 out. Brendan Hopkins. Here's the 1-1. Swings, and he made good connection, but he was behind it. Fouled it off down the right field line and out of play. And now the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fisher with 5 strikeouts in the ball game. Love to pick up another one here and not let the base runners advance at all. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Fisher just blew it right by him. Picks up his 6th strikeout of the day. And that'll bring Blake Jelinas, the catcher, to the plate. Jelinas walked twice, hit by a pitch in the second, walked in the third. In game 1, 2 for 4, a run scored, had a single and a double, and reached on an error in the third. He also scored a run in the 5th. He's got runners on second and third with 2 outs here. He's a right-handed hitter, and Fisher gets him to chase one outside. Beautiful pitch there by Ian Fisher. Outside corner, and it just dropped to the dirt. Here's Fisher, the 0-1 pitch. That one misses down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners on second and third. They had runners on second and third with no outs. And Mike Pelletier lined out to second base. Brendan Hopkins strikes out. Now a ball and a strike against Blake Jelinas. Jelinas swings, high chopper. Hunter Hicks makes the play at third. The throw to first, and Kishpaw, and Fisher gets himself out of the jam. The 5-3 ground out. Runners on second and third with no outs. And then a line drive out to second base, and Miles Piper, a strikeout for Brendan Hopkins, and a ground out for Blake Jelinas. And the Outlaws remain on top, 5-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bottom of the 5th, and the Outlaws will have Will Kishpaw, Tucker Leland, and Austin Herford coming up when we come back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog. 99.1 FM, KNYN, and online watch at k-9radio.com.
Mom's onboard electronic stability control system was giving us some woes. I don't even know what that means. But he does.
You guys are all fixed and ready to go.
Expert care for your car, so you can trust in more than just your tires.
We've got the selection you need and the friendly service you deserve. Come see us today. Big O Tires, Evanston, Wyoming.
Big O Tires, the team you trust.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Outlaws with a 5-2 lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Will Kishpa at the plate. Kishpa is 2 for 2, couple RBI singles, and he scored in the 3rd. Quentin McKenzie still on the mound for the Green River Knights. He's given up 7 hits and 5 runs to the Outlaws. Kishpa takes ball 1 outside and a bit high. Step back in. Kishpa hits right. McKenzie again throws right, if you're just joining us. Kishpa chases one low and outside. Will has had a good day at the plate. 1 for 3 in the first game. A two-run homer in the 6th inning. And as I mentioned, 2 for 2 so far in game 2. Takes ball 2 outside and down low. So 2 balls, 1 strike for Kishpa. Here's the 2-1. Swung on, hit back up the middle. A sharp hit, ground ball. Vendetti makes the play. Throw to first just in time. And Kishpa grounds out. 1 down in the bottom of the 5th. And Tucker Leland coming to the plate. Leland, 1 for 2 in this one, an RBI single in the 3rd. Struck out in the 1st. And went 1 for 3 in the first game, an RBI single with a strikeout and a ground out as well. Leland steps back in, or steps in, I should say. And McKenzie winds up, misses up high and away, ball 1. The pitch gets by Blake Zelinas behind the plate with nobody on, no damage done. And now Leland pops one high in the infield to the right side. Easy play for Mike Pelletier at first. And the Outlaws now with 2 outs. That'll bring Austin Herford to the plate. Herford's 0 for 2, a strikeout in the 2nd. Flew out to right field in the 3rd. He's been able to work the count against the other times he's been up to the plate and see if he can get a base hit on this one. 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. Outlaws up by 3, 5-2. Herford swings on the first one, hits it off the end of the bat down the first base line. Foul. Beautiful night here in Evanston for some baseball. Outlaws with a 3-run lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 0-2. Herford behind it, swings and misses. Strike 2. And McKenzie looking stronger here in the 5th than we've seen him most of the night in this second ball game. Game 2 of this doubleheader. McKenzie winds up. Here's the 0-2. Herford swings and misses, and the Outlaws go down quickly. 1, 2, 3. A ground out, a pop out, and a strikeout. And McKenzie now with 5 strikeouts in the game. Top of the 6th inning coming up here in just a couple of minutes. It'll be Andrew Munoz, Cale Eslick, and Quentin McKenzie. Hitters 7, 8, 9, and actually not Cale Eslick. He's been replaced, and I think it'll be McCaden Mikesell. So those are the hitters, 7, 8, 9, when we come back right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, KNYN. You can also watch online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency for all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles. See Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic. Traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
5-2, the Evanston Outlaws lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, top of the 6th inning. And a change behind the plate for Evanston. I couldn't quite see who it was, but it's not Hunter. I'm looking. Oh, is it Braden McDonald? Oh, 15. It's got to be Braden. It's Braden McDonald back there. And we've had Tucker Leland is now at short. And I'm wondering what else we've got. We'll figure it out. 35. I don't have a 35. Here's the pitch. Andrew Munoz swings and misses, strike one. Munoz leading off, and so far in this game, he's 0 for 2, couple ground outs. Here's the 0-1, sidearm delivery, fouls it straight back up over the backstop. I do know that number 3, Tucker Leland, is at short. He was in center field. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Munoz, swing and a miss. And the ball gets away from our catcher, but he'll pick it up and throw down to first. Now we also have a change at first. It's now Bo Lloyd, number 22, which trying to see if Will Kishpaw. I'm not seeing him in there. Will Kishpaw, is he in left now? We're trying to figure all this out. Well, a ground out for Andrew Munoz, or a strikeout rather. Now a hit towards short, and boy, a sharply hit ball by McCaden Mikesell. Gets right past the shortstop. That's a base hit there. And the Knights with a runner on first with one out. Ian Fisher, with that strikeout of Andrew Munoz, picks up his 7th strikeout of the evening. And now coming up to the plate is Quentin. Is that Quentin McKenzie? Number 34, the pitcher. Takes ball one way up high. Fisher back out to the mound. Outlaws leading 5-2 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Fisher glances at first. Short lead for Mikesell. The pitch outside misses for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. So Braden McDonald behind the plate now. He moved in from shortstop. Tucker Leland in from center field to short. I'm not sure who's in center field at this point. 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch for McKenzie, high and inside, ball 3. McKenzie 0 for 2. He's struck out twice in this game, but he's up 3-0 in the count right now on Fisher. Fisher taking his time to walk around the rubber a little bit. We'll see if we can zoom in and figure out. So Will Kishpaw's in center. And now the move over to first misses. Mike Sell will get easily over to second base. He's going to round second. He's got a green light. The throw for third. The ball not quite in time and a bit off target. Hunter Hicks had to come off the bag to get to it. Devin Hicks made a good strong throw, but just off target a little bit, and that allowed Mike Sell to come in safe at third. Mike Sell reaches on a single and then gets around to third on a passed ball after that attempt to pick him off at first. Fisher looking in. Down 3-0 in the count on McKenzie. Here's the 3-0. That one misses badly, and McDonald lets it get past him. McDonald not hustling at all to try and to even worry about Mike Sell coming around to score. The walk for McKenzie, and we have a runner on first with one out. Outlaw lead is cut to 2 runs. 5-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Fisher winds up and delivers to Isaiah Munoz, but misses for ball 1. Munoz awaits and again misses. Fisher misses ball 2 down low. Munoz in this game, 1 for 3. Led off the game with a single with a bunt. Struck out in the second and then reached on an error in the fourth. Got picked off by a quick move from Ian Fisher as Munoz had a big lead at first. Munoz waits. Fisher winds up. The 2-0 misses a bit high. And now 3 balls, no strikes, and Ian Fisher seeming to have a real hard time finding the strike zone here in the top of the 6th inning. Outlaws up by just 2, 5-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And here's the 3-0 pitch from Fisher. Inside corner, strike 1. Runner on first is Quentin McKenzie. He just walked moments ago. And now Fisher finds the strike zone down low and outside. And McDonald, the last 2 or 3 pitches have hit the catcher's mitt and popped right back out. He's having a little trouble getting acclimated back behind the plate. And now Isaiah Munoz swings and misses, strike 3. McDonald throws down to second as McKenzie started to head for second. He goes back to first, and Munoz is the strikeout victim number 8 for Ian Fisher. 2 outs. And Tyler Vendetti to the plate. Vendetti 1 for 2 in this one. A walk in the first. He also scored. And now Fisher the quick move to first. And Bo Lloyd has to dive down to get to that ball and keep it from going loose into left field. So Vendetti at the plate with 2 outs. Fisher winds up and misses just low on the first pitch. As I was saying, Vendetti 1 for 2 in this one. Walked and scored in the first, struck out in the third, a single in the 5th. Top of the 6th here with 2 outs, and Fisher looking at first, short lead for McKenzie. Here's the 1-0. An off-speed pitch popped up high. McDonald going back, adjusting, and makes the catch. Good play by McDonald there to make that play. And that ends the inning right there. So the Green River Knights do get a run across the plate. What did they have in that inning? Trying to catch up on my scorekeeping here. 1 run, no hits, 1 error, and 1 runner left on base. Oh, 1 base hit. There we go. There it is. All right. So 5-3 is your score on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up. The Outlaws be at the bottom of the order. Miles Piper, Devin Hicks, and Hunter DeRue. When we come back in the bottom of the 6th inning right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog. 99.1 FM with video live online at k-9radio.com.
I'm a 75-year-old woman who had a low back surgery. After surgery, I had a lot of pain in my left leg. My doctor ordered physical therapy, and I chose Mark Brinkerhoff. He gave me exercises that I could tolerate, and now I have no pain, and I can walk as I always did. Mark seems to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I am very happy with my results.
A 5-3 lead for the Evanston Outlaws. You'd love to see them pad that a little bit here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Ian Fisher has struck out 8. He's walked 5, and the Outlaws do have an error or 2 or 3 or 4 in the ball game. It hasn't been as costly, though. They had 5 in the first game, and those were real costly. They haven't been nearly as costly here in the second game, but still more errors than you want to see out of them. Also, the Green River Knights have stranded or left on base 8 base runners. And that's been a hard thing for them to, that's kept them from really keeping themselves closer. Leading off is Miles Piper. He grounds one down the third baseline foul on the first pitch from Quentin McKenzie, still in the ball game. He's given up 7 hits, 5 runs to the Evanston Outlaws, who lead 5-3 on the UNA Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here's the 0-1 pitch for Piper. And that catches the corner outside, strike 2. Here's the pitch from McKenzie, the 0-2, swing and a miss. Oh, nope, he got it off the end of the bat. A foul ball, Piper just stays alive. So the count remains no balls, 2 strikes. Piper awaits. McKenzie winds up the pitch. Piper a high pop-up. That'll go into shallow right center field. Tanner Hanks goes over. And then he's called off by Isaiah Munoz charging in from center field. Munoz makes the catch, and Piper pops out to shallow center field. That'll bring Devin Hicks to the plate. Piper, after that pop out, now 1 for 3 in the game, a single in the second. Now Devin Hicks is 1 for 2. A single in the third. He also got on base on an error in the second. First pitch from McKenzie in there on the outside corner, strike 1. Hicks steps back in. McKenzie winds up, and Hicks a late swing, strike 2. So Hicks down 0-2 in the count. And waits. Here's the 0-2. Misses way outside. Ball 1. Beautiful night here in Evanston. Outlaws lead by 2, 5-3 on the UNA Physical Therapy scoreboard. Devin Hicks grounds one back up the middle. Pretty sharp grounder. Vendetti comes up, makes the catch, or the play. The throw to first is low. But a good dig by Mike Pelletier. And Hicks goes down. The 6-3 ground out brings not Hunter DeRue, but Bo Lloyd to the plate. Lloyd in the first game got 1 at bat and struck out in the 7th. So 0 for 1. 2 down, bottom of the 6th. Lloyd, line drive, and gets past the shortstop, Tyler Vendetti. Lloyd makes great connection there. And comes up with the 2-out single. Well placed, as it was right between second and third, and Vendetti couldn't get to it. So that takes us back to the top of the lineup. And Braden McDonald, Outlaws with 8 hits now in the ball game, and that's Coach Judd Kishpaw says they need 8 hits per game. If they can get 8 hits, he feels pretty good about their chances to win. And now McDonald, high fly ball into right field. Andrew Munoz coming over. It's foul territory, and nobody's going to get there. So McDonald down 0-1 in the count. McDonald, 2 for 3 in the first game, a single and a double. He also scored once. Here in game 2, though, 0 for 2. Ground out to third, and a fly out to center field. He was also hit by a pitch in the second inning to reach base. Here's the 0-1, up high and away, ball 1. Bo Lloyd, a short lead there at first. Blake Jelinas kind of popped up and faked a throw down to first, but no real danger there. Bo Lloyd had not taken a very big lead. McKenzie winds up. Here's the pitch, misses high and away, and the count now 2 balls, 1 strike. Boy, as things get a little darker here this evening, you can really see that scoreboard a lot better on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard if you're watching online at k-9radio.com. Here's the 2-0, and McDonald fouls it back. Just bounces it back toward the backstop. The count now 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs and a runner on first for the Evanston Outlaws. Bo Lloyd with the single just a moment ago, the 2-out single. And the Outlaws trying to maybe pad the lead a little bit, leading 5-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And now a nice hit down the line by Braden McDonald. Out of reach of the third baseman. And McCaden Mikesell gets over there quickly to throw it in. So Bo Lloyd stays put at second. Braden McDonald with the single. Couple singles in a row. The Outlaws with runners on first and second. Ian Fisher to the plate. He's 2 for 3 in this one. A single in the first, a home run, a solo shot in the fourth. So he's got 2 runs scored and an RBI. McKenzie misses down low and away, ball 1 for Ian Fisher. Runner in scoring position in Bo Lloyd at second, Braden McDonald on first. But 2 outs, Ian Fisher awaits. McKenzie winds up. Fisher line drive into right center field. Boy, what a shot. This one's going to bounce clear back near the warning track. That'll score Lloyd. Braden McDonald stops at third, and Ian Fisher with an RBI double. Boy, he is 3 for 4 in this game with a couple RBIs, and a good one right there. He's got a single, a double, and a home run so far in this ball game. And that scores Bo Lloyd. So Lloyd coming in to the ball game. Singles with 2 outs. Then McDonald singles and Fisher doubles. And the Outlaws now lead 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Brings Hunter Hicks to the plate. He'll take ball 1 low and away. And Outlaws looking to pad the lead a little bit more here with runners on second and third. Hunter Hicks takes strike 1 on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hicks is 1 for 3. A single in the first. Reached on an error in the third and scored, and popped out to third base in the fourth. Here's the 1-1 way up high. Jelinas popped up and looked to throw down to third, almost like a pitch out. As McDonald takes a pretty good lead there at third. Here's Hicks, the 2-1. Up high, ball 3. And again, Jelinas real aware and concerned about Braden McDonald at third. 3 balls, 1 strike for Hunter Hicks. On deck, Will Kishpaw. And here's the 3-1 from McKenzie. Way outside, misses ball 4. Hicks earns the walk to load the bases for Will Kishpaw, who cranked one in the 6th inning, a 2-run shot of game 1. And here in game 2, Kishpaw so far is 2 for 3. A couple RBI singles, and now a timeout for the Green River Knights. They're going to gather around the mound and talk about this one, whether they'll keep McKenzie in there or not. They may not. He looks like... just have to see what happens here. McKenzie's that number 34. If you're watching online at k-9radio.com, he's you can see his back to you as the infield gathers around. They talk about it and say, well, let's keep you in here. Bases loaded with 2 outs. The Outlaws with a 3-run lead, 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And following the timeout, Quentin McKenzie stays in the ball game to face Will Kishpaw, who's scored once already. He's got 2 RBI singles in game 2. And he waits with the bases loaded and 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch from McKenzie up high, ball 1. Jelinas tried to frame that. He caught it way up high and just hurried and jerked it down, trying to get that strike called, but not going to happen. 1 ball, no strikes on Kishpaw. McDonald, big lead at third, about halfway home, and Kishpa swing and a miss. He hit one out in game one. He was trying to hit another one out here with that swing. And now the count even at 1 ball, 1 strike. McKenzie looking in. Again, bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. Outlaws up by 3, trying to extend that lead on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And Kishpa doesn't quite do it. Boy, it just did not make great contact with it. A slow kind of pop-up toward the shortstop. Vendetti comes in and makes the catch and gets himself out of the inning. Or gets his pitcher, McKenzie, out of the inning. So the Outlaws able to do a little bit of damage. A 2-out single by Bo Lloyd. And then McDonald with a single. Ian Fisher with an RBI double. And the Outlaws in the bottom of the 6th with 1 run on 3 hits. No errors. And 3 runners left on base. That's 7 in the ball game for Evanston. Top of the 7th coming up. Outlaws see if they can hold on to this 3-run lead and come away with a win and a split in this doubleheader. We'll be back with the top of the 7th inning right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball here on 99.1 FM KNYN, the Big Dog. And you can watch live online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Well, the Evanston Outlaws 3 outs away from a victory here over the Green River Knights, knock on wood. The Outlaws lost the first game 9-4 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Dropped to 7-8 overall this season, 0-1 in conference play. And right now, though, they lead by 3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard, 6-3 top of the 7th. Tanner Hanks will lead off for Green River. Hanks is 0 for 2 in this one with a walk. A fielder's choice and a pop out to short. Takes ball 1 inside. Ian Fisher trying to finish the game out. Still on the mound for the Outlaws. Here's the 1-0. Misses outside. Ball 2. Fisher has struck out 8. He's walked 5. And has the lead. Now Hanks dribbles one back up the middle for a base hit. Tanner Hanks. Green River Knights, that's how they wanted to start this thing. This top of the 7th with a base hit. As they try to fight back in and make up that 3-run deficit. 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. Mike Pelletier at the plate. Brennan Hopkins on deck. Hopkins would be the tying run, or represents the potential tying run. Pelletier takes ball 1 just a bit high from Fisher. Hanks on first. You see the Green River Knights real aggressive trying to steal second base, and now Fisher throws over to first. We have Griffin Mitchell in there at first now in place of Bo Lloyd. Fisher glances at Hanks there on first. Now the pitch for Pelletier. Oh, just missed. Must have been a bit low on that outside corner. Looked pretty good from here, but once again, I'm at the spot from where you're watching if you're online at k-9radio.com. Now the throw by Brendan McDonald about 10 yards above second base. That throw was way high as Tanner Hanks stole second. Also, the pitch, I believe it was a strike. So 2 balls, 1 strike on Mike Pelletier. Pelletier hits left, and the 2-1 drops in there. Strike 2. Good-looking pitch from Fisher. That looked like it was coming in about chin level and then just drops in for strike 2. Hanks waiting. The pitch way up high and outside from Fisher, and now a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. For Fisher, it's got to be hard to do, but, when you're up by 3, a runner on second, you just can't concern yourself. Focus on the batter. And now Pelletier grounder to short. Leland, backhand, the throw to first, right on target, a great throw. He gets Pelletier. Great play by Tucker Leland. And they get the batter. 1 down. Runner Tanner Hanks moves over to third. And Brandon Hopkins will come to the plate. Blake Jelinas on deck. Hopkins so far 0 for 2 in this one. A ground out in the first, a strikeout in the 5th, walked in the 3rd. And now swings at one, hits it down the third baseline foul to the third base coach, who fields it and throws it back to Fisher. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. In the top of the 7th inning, Outlaws with a 6-3 lead. Tanner Hanks on third. Ian Fisher looking in. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Fooled him on that off-speed pitch, and Brandon Hopkins way out in front. He's down, no balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Outlaws with a 3-run lead, and Ian Fisher. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Popped up high and out of play. Over the backstop. Count remains, no balls, 2 strikes for Brendan Hopkins. He homered in his first at-bat today in the first game, a 2-run homer, but he hasn't done anything since then. He may be due for something here. Fisher trying to get him to chase one, and a nice job by McDonald to keep that in front of him and hold Hanks at third. That pitch was way outside and bounced out in front of the plate. So ball 1, 2 strikes, 1 down. Top of the 7th inning here. Fisher looking in. That focus on the batter, and now a timeout. Hopkins didn't like waiting as long as he was. Fisher looking in. He steps back onto the rubber. Hopkins waits. Here's the 1-2. Way up high and inside. Just about got him. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. As Fisher making sure not to give Hopkins anything he can hit, but he's got to be a little closer to the strike zone. Fisher winds up. Here's the 2-2. Just misses. May have been a bit high and off the plate outside. Full count now. Hopkins was down in the count, 0-2, and now he's seen 3 straight balls. So Fisher will try to avoid putting runners on the corners with 1 out here. A full count. Fisher winds up, and here's the 3-2. He got him. I thought it was low, and so did Hopkins, but it's strike 3. Catches him looking. Fisher strikes out his 9th batter, 9th Green River night, and we have 2 outs with Blake Jelinas at the plate. Jelinas, 0 for 1. He's walked twice, was hit by a pitch in the 2nd, walked in the 3rd, grounded out to the 3rd in the 5th. But he went 2 for 4 with a run in the first game, and now swings and misses. Had a great pitch from Fisher outside that dropped even further outside and down low. And the count is no balls, 1 strike with 2 outs. And hopefully Fisher can just focus on the batter. No concern about the runner on third. Jelinas swing and a miss, strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. The Outlaws 1 strike away from a victory here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. 6-3 is your score on the Winter Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jelinas steps back in. He hits right. Fisher, wasting no time, winds up. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Just about got Jelinas to chase one down low with the sidearm delivery. But instead, Jelinas holds off, and it's ball one, a ball and 2 strikes. Fisher steps back on. Tanner Hanks a big lead at second, or at third, rather, and now he's headed home. The throw in there, McDonald, as Hanks heads back for third. Now they've got him in a pickle, and Fisher with it. Hanks headed back for third. The throw to McDonald, the catcher. He's trying to chase him down. Now he throws. Here's the play at the plate. Griffin Mitchell tags him, and that's the ball game. Outlaws catch Tanner Hanks in a pickle and run him down. And Evanston improves to 1-1 in conference play, a split of this doubleheader with the Green River Knights. The Knights won the first one 9-4 on the UNF Physical Therapy scoreboard. The Outlaws win game 2 6-3 final score. Ian Fisher, the winning pitcher. The complete game, 7 innings. 9 strikeouts, 5 walks, and the Outlaws now 8-8 overall this season, 1-1 in conference play with a 6-3 win in Game 2. Stay tuned. We'll have Coach Judd Kishpaw joining us for a post-game interview. We'll also recap the stats of both games a little bit and have your post-game show coming up right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, with video online at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog, at k-9radio.com.
Mom's onboard electronic stability control system was giving us some woes. I don't even know what that means. But she does.
You guys are all fixed and ready to go.
Expert care for your car, so you can trust in more than just your tires.
We've got the selection you need and the friendly service you deserve. Come see us today. Big O Tires, Evanston, Wyoming.
Big O Tires, the team you trust.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston. Everything you need to update the flooring, cabinets, and countertops in your home. Rocky Mountain Massage. Chronic pain management, stress reduction, and overall sense of well-being. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog, at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. The Casey Kukert Allstate Agency. For all of your insurance needs, auto, home, boat, and recreational vehicles, see Casey Kukert, your Allstate agent. By Dirty Harry's Pet Wash. Clean house, clean car, clean clothes, why not a clean pet? Bath time can be magical. Make a splash today. Veterans are free at Dirty Harry's Pet Wash in the Monkey Shines Mall. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog, at k-9radio.com.
Welcome back to the post-game show here on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, with video online at k-9radio.com. And boy, joining me now is a special pleasure. I get Ian Fisher, the winning pitcher, and you had a good game both on the mound and at the plate. Ian, how'd you feel about it?
We did pretty good second game. First game really sucked, but we came back and got a win. You walked probably a few more than you wanted to tonight. I think you had 5 walks, but you struck out 9. You got in some jams. What's your thought process when you have a runner on second, a runner on third with 1 out, and you're able to get out of that?
I really try just to not let them hit the ball, and it works out usually.
Try to not let them hit the ball. It's if only we could all think that simply. I mean, that's all you got to do, right?
Yeah.
How about that home run? How did that feel?
Really good because it was my first ever. So
Oh, wow.
it was about time.
It was about time.
About time.
So, where do you feel like you guys are at in the season right now? You're 1-1 in conference play with the split today.
We're doing pretty good right now. We need to hit better and execute on bunts, but other than that, our defense is pretty solid.
Okay. You feel like you're having a few too many errors, or is that coming around?
Errors are starting to get better.
Okay. Well, congratulations on the win and the home run and a great game today, Ian. The second game. All right. Thanks for joining me. Also joining me is Coach Judd Kishpaw, the head coach of the Evanston Outlaws. And Coach, how about you? How'd you feel about today's doubleheader?
Well, the doubleheader, we'd rather take that second game. The first game was a little, well, you saw what happened. It got out of control.
Right.
We had umpire issues and coaching issues, and the Outlaws actually did real well. Everybody stayed back, and we just tried to help out. So that was ugly. We got down, but the kids really didn't, they didn't lose their focus. They kind of came back, but we had too many errors in the beginning of it. So
Right.
It should have been a 2-2 ball game. If we'd have been 2-2 before all that stuff happened, we would have been all right. I think we'd have come back and won that. Anyway, second game was a little better.
You had some good hitting today. I mean, Will Kishpaw, the home run in the first game. You had a few others do real well, and Ian Fisher in the second game especially.
Yeah, those top 5-6 kids. Tucker's hitting well. I tried to throw. We had a situation where we needed to throw a bunt, and Tucker didn't execute the bunt correctly, and so it kind of got in his head. So then he went down. But Tucker's been hitting well.
Yeah.
Hunter Hicks. We've got McDonald. He's putting the ball in play and everything, and that messes with kids. And then Ian, he had just a tremendous second game. That second game was great. He had a couple malfunctions there in that first game. But really, his bats are coming around, and Willie is finally hitting the ball, and he's getting at least 500 per game. So, yeah, it's looking up, and even coming down. I mean, we haven't had Devin Hicks for quite some time. He hurt his finger, hasn't been able to make it, and he got the ball put into play. So, that's good.
Yeah. So at this point in the season, as I talked about with Ian Fisher just a minute ago, you're 500, 8-8 overall, right? 1-1 in conference play.
Right.
How do you feel? I mean, what are your thoughts about that and where you're at?
Well, we might have a few things on our mind that's not baseball related right now. It might have to do with, school letting out, different sports starting up. I think we got a little problem with that. We've had that year to year, and this year, hopefully we can nip it in the bud and get some more wins. We've got to go over there and I'd like to get 2 wins. We got to beat Green River. I think we'll be fine with Rollins or with Riverton, and then, same thing with Rock Springs. So we'll just take it one game at a time.
Do you know why Green River didn't pitch Hanks tonight?
I don't know, but I saw him shaking his arm a little bit. I think they threw him a week or so ago, I think is what happened, and that's what I found out when we last went over there. I don't know why he's not throwing.
Okay.
I mean, who knows? They got away with a win, and that might have been the thing. So once they threw that first kid, then Hanks didn't. They got a win. They figured, hey, if we split, we're fine. They got a little steam going over there to Green River.
Okay. Now, next up, you guys are going to be here again next week hosting Rock Springs, right, on Wednesday?
Yes, that is correct. Wednesday, it'll be same start times, and
okay, because I have on my schedule 5 and 7. But
it might be, and I'll get with you on that. I'll make sure you guys know.
All right.
Anyway.
All right.
Yeah.
Rock Springs, you've played them a couple times, and you're 0-2 against them, right?
We're 0-2. We've really not thrown much at them.
Okay.
We've just kind of played around with them.
Okay.
We're going to use Ian on a game. We might throw Berta. We'll see. We've got Berta. They've only seen Richens.
When you say Berta, you're talking about Braden, right?
No,
Austin.
That's Austin,
Austin
Hereford.
Yeah,
okay. That's his nickname. Is Berta.
Okay.
So, but they haven't seen him. They haven't seen Hicks. They haven't seen Ian. They've only seen Richens.
Okay.
We've only thrown Richens ever at him.
Okay.
So, and Richens pitched well. They are a team that will put the ball into play, small ball, and make stuff happen. And if we don't have our errors, we do well.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, good win, second game, first game. The errors, you clean that up a little bit. You're looking pretty good.
Yeah. And then that's just confidence for the kids. So.
Right.
And they were hitting well.
Okay.
So.
Well, I appreciate your time. Anything else you want to touch on?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We just gotta take a deep breath after this afternoon. So thanks for sticking with us.
Oh yeah, no problem. Just let it go behind you, right?
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Coach Jed Kishpa here on 99.1 FM, the Big Dog in Country, and you can watch online at k-9radio.com. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more of the post-game show. We'll review some stats from today's games, and we'll look ahead at what the Outlaws have coming up right after this on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on 99.1 FM, KNYN, and at k-9radio.com.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Davis Chiropractic, traditional chiropractor, traditional values with flexible payment plans. Aspen Grove Nursery, your full-service nursery. Uinta Physical Therapy, comprehensive assessment and treatment programs for your individual needs. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
And now, Kay Rossiter talks about her physical therapy experience working with Mark Brinkerhoff at Uinta Physical Therapy.
I had both of my knees replaced at the same time a little bit over a year ago, and Mark was my therapist, and he put me through some really strange things, but it must have worked because I was back at work in less than 3 weeks, and when I went for my 6-month checkup to my surgeon, I was at a point where I should have been at a year. I would recommend Mark Brinkerhoff and Uinta Physical Therapy to anyone.
This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Telegram to good health. Click on the telegram at k-9radio.com. Uinta Physical Therapy. You have a choice of where you can get your treatment. Walmart of Evanston. Save money, live better. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston. Let T-Bar fix your car. Old West Stories and Productions. For all of your website and graphic design needs, call the marketing experts at this radio station, 789-8116. And by Old West Design, helping sports teams and businesses dress for success. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com. This Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaws American Legion Baseball is being brought to you by these Outlaw Baseball sponsors. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Castle Rock Chevrolet, your hometown dealer. Hoover Chiropractic. Don't just mask the symptoms, cure your allergies with Dr. Hoover. Evanston Outlaws Baseball, online on KNYN, the Big Dog at k-9radio.com.
Welcome back to the post-game show here on a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, with video online at k-9radio.com. The Outlaws split with Green River. The Knights got the first one 9-4. Outlaws get the second one 6-3 on the Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard. And Ian Fisher, the winning pitcher, 7 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts, gave up 3 hits and 3 runs to the Green River Knights. He got himself in a few jams with those walks, but able to get out of them without too much damage and staying on top, and earned the victory. So Ian Fisher earns the win there. He also had a great day at the plate, 3 for 4, including a solo home run in the 4th inning, and had 2 RBIs, scored twice. So a great day all around for Ian Fisher. Also today, Will Kishpaw 2 for 4 in Game 2. He also had a home run in the first game, 6th inning. He went 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a run scored. Braden McDonald 2 for 3 and 3 for 6 overall today. He went 2 for 3 in the first game. And should mention also Hunter Hicks went 1 for 3 in the first, 1 for 3 in the second game. Scored a couple of runs today and had a good day today. So a lot of Evanston Outlaws, different players contributing today, and especially those top 5 or 6 guys in the lineup. Really good days for those guys. So Outlaws, again, split today with the Green River Knights. Lost the first game 9-4. Won the second game 6-3. Now, looking ahead at what the Outlaws have next up is Rock Springs. That'll be a week from tonight. Outlaws will host Rock Springs here at Evanston at the American Legion Ball Field, and we'll have those games right here on 99.1 FM, KNYN, and on the Big Dog, and online as well, 90 at K-9radio.com. So don't miss that next Wednesday. Now, we'll have to double check on the schedule. I have 5 and 7 p.m., but make sure to tune in here to 99.1 FM, and you can also check online at K-9radio.com for start times for next week's games for the Outlaws hosting Rock Springs. So, again, your final scores: 9-4 in the first game, the Outlaws lose, and then bounce back to win 6-3 in Game 2. This has been the Evanston Outlaws post-game show here on the Big Dog in Country, 99.1 FM and K-9radio.com. This has been a sports production and sports broadcast of Old West Media Incorporated and Cook Brothers Broadcasting. No portion of this production can be used or rebroadcast without express written consent of Old West Media Incorporated. Once again, our final score on today's Uinta Physical Therapy scoreboard: Green River wins Game 1 9-4. The Outlaws take Game 2 6-3. Join us next Wednesday, what is the date of next Wednesday? June 11th, when the Outlaws host Rock Springs, and we'll be on the air with you at 4:45 for pregame of Game 1. Game 1 scheduled for 5 p.m., Game 2 7 o'clock. And so make sure to join us next Wednesday. Until then, go Outlaws.
You've been listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNYN, the Big Dog in Country, with video online at K-9radio.com. Today's game has been brought to you by these Outlaws supporting businesses and individuals: Big O Tires, Castle Rock Chevrolet, Hoover Chiropractic, T-Bar S Body Shop and Technoglass of Evanston, Old West Stories and Productions, Dirty Harry's Pet Wash, Old West Design, Telegram to Good Health, Allstate, Casey Kukert Agency, Walmart of Evanston, Ogden's Flooring and Design of Evanston, Rocky Mountain Massage, Davis Chiropractic, Aspen Grove Nursery, and your scoreboard sponsor for today's broadcast was Uinta Physical Therapy. Thank you for listening to a Big O Tires of Evanston presentation of Evanston Outlaw American Legion Baseball on KNYN, the Big Dog in Country, with video online at K-9radio.com.